Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Cynthia. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Good. While we're waiting for the others to come up, let me ask you, the view that we see in here is kind of a long shot of, of the view that y'all are looking out there, but sometimes when we change the setting and everything and we go back into another format, it shows us much closer and you're able to see us much better. Which one do you see now? Can you kind of describe what you see?
I see all 6 tables and all of you, but that picture is taking up most of my screen.
Okay, but does it, but do we appear fairly close up? Because the one we're looking at, we're very distant.
You're reasonably close.
Okay, I think that's the one that flashes up on our screen sometimes when we appear to have a closer image and easier for y'all to see us. So that's good. All right, I think I see, I believe it's Haley Sink. Good morning, Haley.
Good morning.
I didn't hear you, but good morning. There it came over. And that's you. Is this your dad, Mr. Sink?
Yes, it is.
Good morning.
All right. And I think I'm seeing Mrs. Is it Scoutum? I'm not hearing you again.
Ms. Scotton?
Scotton. Miss Scotton. I think she's on. And you're going to have to unmute some way, Miss Scotton. Is there someplace on your screen that you can unmute? I see you looking someplace else. So is it control someplace else? No, we're not hearing you. Yeah, we did this yesterday. If we can see it. Okay, says we are unmuted, our screen. Well, yeah, I see where you're saying that your screen says you're unmuted, but you're not some way.
Maybe if she would move a bit closer to the mic. I think I heard a little bit a minute ago. Maybe it's too far away, and that's why.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you get closer to the mic? No, that's not it.
Another thing is the picture with the microphone on it is black if it's not muted and it's red if it is muted. So
Yeah.
you can tell by the color.
They're not muted on our end, so it's on her end. It's back, it's black.
Okay.
So you're not seeing us? Yeah, it took a while. All right, let's do this. Ms. Scouton, can you hear me? Okay, we're going to do our motions, and then if you can see if you can fix this, we're going to, let's see, can see you, the microphone is black unmuted. Okay, well, something is wrong with your mic. Can you have them check your computer and see if it's anything on your screen there? All right, we're going to do our motions. That'll probably take 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. we're going to leave you unmuted so that if you come online, we'll know you're available. Okay. All right. We'll go on the record. This is the July 30th meeting of the North Carolina Property Tax Commission. Today, we have with us Vice Chairman Cherry Wheeler, who will be with us on the motion, and he will not be participating in this case. And then, so Mr. Alex Guest is here, Commissioner, and Ms. June Michaud, Commissioner, is here, and I'm Bob Hunter, Chairman of the Commission. Mr. Stephen Pelfrey is our Attorney and General Counsel in the rear, and Ms. Alexandria Bendette is our Technical Coordinator. Cynthia Rice is our stenographer, and we're always glad to see Cynthia. She fills in when our regular court reporter, Linda Garrett, is doing another hearing and unavailable to us. So we appreciate everybody being here this morning. Sorry we had to put over the sink case, but the first case we had yesterday, we had some technical difficulties with the attorneys. I'm hearing something now. Is that you, Ms. Stout?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Good.
Okay, great.
All right.
Excellent.
If y'all will just mute yours for a minute, we're going to take care of some motions.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, just leave yours unmuted and be quiet, okay? All right. Let's see. I think we'll go over in a minute some of the things where we're going to have some witnesses. Let me ask, is there anybody else that's on that has a matter before us? We have several late or no AB 14 forms that have been filed, and that's a requirement, so we're going to deal with those motions. We had several that have been continued. The Pritchard matter and 20 Property Tax Commission 0030, and then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that were withdrawn that appeared on the calendar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matters to hear this morning. And so, Mr. Pelfrey, if you will tell us about these late or no AB 14s, and so we can see how we should deal with them.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. The first case, James R. Davis, 19 PTC 0603. This case is from Mecklenburg County. Mr. Davis, our office acknowledged a receipt of a notice of appeal filed by Mr. Davis on December 10th, 2019. On December 16th, 2019, we sent a letter acknowledging that notice of appeal, along with 4 copies of Form AB 14 with the instruction to complete the form and return it to our office within 30 days. As of today, we have not received anything from Mr. Davis, and by letter dated July 15th, 2020, Mr. Davis was notified of the time and date of today's hearing and the manner of the hearing online.
All right. Any questions by commissioners? If not, Mr. Davis, I assume there's no one here online that's hearing from Mr. Davis. All right. Vice Chairman Wheeler moves to dismiss Mr. Davis's case, 19 Property Tax Commission 0603, seconded by Ms. Michaud. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those nay. And the next one is Leila Thomas Young Trust, that's 19 Property Tax Commission 0588.
Yes, sir. In this matter, the appellant filed notice of appeal with our office on December 5th, 2019. This case also from Mecklenburg County. On December 10th, 2019, our office acknowledged receipt of that notice of appeal and sent a letter on that date, along with 4 copies of Form AB 14 and instruction to complete them and return them. To this date, we have received nothing from the appellant. It does appear Give me 1 second here. The latest document that we sent, we actually sent a document on, sent the document on July 15th, and on July 21st, we actually had that returned to us as undeliverable, as addressed. I'm sorry, let me see if I can get you more information on that.
Is that the letter or another AB-14?
That is the letter that was sent. And there have actually been there was actually a copy of the letter also mailed to the return address that had been fixed to the envelope that contained the notice of appeal. So we have the address of the property, which is 2717 Springway Drive. That is the address that was used for one of these notices and was returned as undeliverable. Another copy was sent to 3508 Mason Drive. Both of these addresses are in Charlotte, and that one was not returned, and that is the return address that accompanied the notice of appeal that was mailed in. To the best of our knowledge, there was notice provided of today's meeting.
So which one do you think they got? Which one was not returned, I guess?
The one that was marked returned is the one that is labeled with the address of the property under appeal, which is a residential property, so it should be I would think that the address is a valid address.
So that one was not returned?
That one was returned. The one that was...
Oh, the one that had the valid address?
It was one correct. The one that was sent to the address of the property under appeal was returned to us as undeliverable. But there is a note in the file saying that there was also a copy sent to another address, which is the address that was listed on the envelope accompanying the notice of appeal. That one has not been returned.
So we've heard nothing from them.
We have heard nothing from the appellant, and again, no AB-14 has been filed in this matter.
All right. Discussion on that one. Hearing none, in the matter of Leela Thomas Young Trust, 19 Property Tax Commission 0588. Commissioner Michaud moves to dismiss, seconded by the guests. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All right, passes unanimously. The next one is Barry Taylor Brill, 19 Property Tax Commission 0587. All of these are from Mecklenburg County.
Mr. Chairman, in this matter, our office on December 10th, 2019, mailed a letter to the appellant acknowledging receipt of a notice of appeal filed in this matter on December 9th, 2019. Along with that acknowledgement letter, our office sent 4 copies of Form AB-14 along with the instruction to complete and return a copy to our office. As of this date, we have not received any further correspondence from the appellant. And by letter dated July 15th, 2020, the appellants were notified of today's hearing.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Guest, we dismiss, seconded by Vice Chairman Wheeler. Hearing no discussion, let me ask you, Barry Taylor Brill, anybody online appearing? We don't have anybody else online, so nobody else could be appearing. All right, and all in favor of the motion to dismiss, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. The next one is Myers Family Enterprises, LTD, 20 Property Tax Commission 0010, Mecklenburg County. So,
Mr. Chairman, in this matter, on January 13th, 2020, our office mailed a letter acknowledging the receipt of the notice of appeal filed in this matter on January 7th, 2020. Along with that acknowledgement letter, our office sent copies of Form AB-14, along with the instruction to complete and return a copy within 30 days of the date of the letter. To this day, we've had no further correspondence from the appellant, and by letter dated July 15th, 2020, the appellant was notified of today's hearing.
discussion. Let me ask anybody here online from the Myers Family Enterprises LTD. I'm instructed nobody's online. Have a motion from Vice Chairman Wheeler to dismiss, seconded by Commissioner Michaud. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Lisa C. King, 20 Property Tax Commission 0127. And I understand there's nobody online, so nobody here appearing for Ms. King. Alfred?
Mr. Chairman, in this matter, on March 17th, 2020, our office mailed a letter acknowledging the receipt of a notice of appeal filed by the appellant on March 13th, 2020. Along with the letter acknowledging that receipt, our office sent copies of Form AB-14 along with an instruction to complete and return a copy within 30 days of the date of the letter. To this date, we've had no further correspondence from the appellant, and by letter dated July 15th, 2020, the appellant was notified of today's hearing.
All right, any discussion? I know there's no one appearing on behalf of Ms. King, so Commissioner Michaud moves that we dismiss this matter, seconded by Commissioner Guest. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Michael W. Redis, 20 Property Tax Commission 0094, also from Mecklenburg County.
Mr. Chairman, on March 5th, 2020, our office acknowledged receipt of a notice of appeal filed by the appellant in this matter on March 2nd, 2020, along with the letter acknowledging receipt. Our office sent 4 copies of Form AB-14, along with an instruction to complete and return one to our office within 30 days of the date of the letter. To this date, we've had no further correspondence from the appellant, and by letter dated July 15th, 2020, the appellant was notified of today's hearing.
All right, I'm informed no one is on the line, so there's no one here to represent Mr. Redis. Commissioner Joe moves to dismiss, seconded by Commissioner Guest. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye. 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 Passes unanimously. The next one is Sandra J. Grady, 25 Tax Commission 0116.
Mr. Chairman, in this matter, a notice of appeal was filed by the appellant on March 10th, 2020. On March 16th, 2020, our office mailed a letter acknowledging the receipt of that notice of appeal, and with that letter included copies of Form AB-14 along with an instruction to complete and return a copy to our office within 30 days of the date of the letter. To this date, we've received no further correspondence from the appellant, and by letter dated July 15th, 2020, the appellant was notified of today's hearing.
All right, I'm informed no one is online, hearing from Ms. Grady, and so the matter of Sandra J. Grady, 20 Property Tax Commission 0116 in Mecklenburg County. Commissioner Guest moves to dismiss, seconded by Vice Chairman Wheeler. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously, and that was the last of our motion. So we're now ready. We're now ready to move into the case that was continued from yesterday, which is from Randolph County involving Keith Douglas Sink, 19 Property Tax Commission 0405. The county is represented by Ms. Amy Scotton, and the appellate is appearing pro se. Let me make a couple preliminary announcements. We have the conflict of interest statement on our agenda, and no one's indicated a conflict of interest among the commissioners today. This commission meeting is being recorded and is both audio and video for live streaming purposes. Each party should ensure that their witnesses have joined the meeting. So, Mr. Sink, let me ask Ms. Sink, are you Mr. Sink's daughter? Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I understand yesterday you said you're a law student. Is that correct?
I'm going to be a law student in a couple of weeks. I haven't started first year yet.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a little unusual for somebody to appear on behalf of Mr. Sink, but is there an issue as to why he wants you to appear for him and,
So this is like recorded publicly, but it's like a medical personal issue that I need to appear and speak.
okay. Ms. Scouten, do you have any objection?
I didn't understand her answer, sir.
You want to repeat it, Ms. Sink?
Yes, so a personal / medical issue is why I need to be the one speaking.
He has a personal, medical issue.
I have no objection.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Scouten, your witnesses are available, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We need to, let's see, were y'all sworn yesterday? Ms. Rice, they were sworn yesterday, so there's nothing for us to do there. Is that correct?
They were sworn yesterday.
Okay. And let me just mention, y'all were, I think, online yesterday and saw some of the other hearings. So you understand that keep your, if you're not speaking, you can keep your mic on mute, and obviously when you get ready to speak, except Ms. Scouten, we better let you just stay on and not try to mute yours so we don't have any more issues.
Sir, we're gonna, sir, if it's permissible, we're gonna attempt to mute, and if we have trouble unmuting, Mr. Pelfrey has sent me a call-in number.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Wait a minute.
Since they're the only folks that are in the meeting right now are the participants for this hearing, there really may be no need for anybody to mute. One side may wish to object to the others.
Since we don't have anybody else this morning, let's just leave y'all's mics unmuted. If we get to be a issue, we'll look at it and deal with it. Let me also mention that please don't speak over each other. It'll only pick up one mic at a time. So we have to be careful from that perspective. And all of our commissioners' mics will be muted with the exception of mine. And when they need to ask a question, they'll get my attention, and then their mic will be unmuted and they can ask a question or whatever matter they'd like to bring up. All right, I think we're ready to proceed. I'm not informed that there's any preliminary pending motions or matters that have not been resolved. Is that your understanding, Ms. Scouten?
Your Honor, I would object to the plaintiff's use of any exhibit that is labeled taxpayer appraisal. Unless the plaintiff has obtained an actual appraisal, she has labeled documents an appraisal. She is not an appraiser. She's not certified as an appraiser by the Department of Revenue. She has made appraisal adjustments, doing appraisal work, and does not have the training or the certifications to do so. She didn't engage an appraiser to my knowledge. North Carolina General Statute 93E-1-2.1 makes that unlawful for her to engage in appraisal work. And I would note that Exhibit T14 and Exhibit T34 are both labeled taxpayer appraisal and both use appraisal terminology and appraisal reductions. So I would object to that.
All right. I'm looking at T14, and what was the other number?
T34.
All right, let me flip to 34. Correspond to the pages I see. So.
Oh, and I'm not sure what page it is, Your Honor.
Page 86, Chair.
86? Thank you. All right, Ms. Sink, on behalf of your dad, let me ask about this. So she's objected to those two exhibits, T14 and 234. So we probably need to deal with those first. Can you tell me what those exhibits are? Who prepared them?
Yes. So both T14 and T34, you said, basically it just shows the changes that we're advocating for on a chart. And this was our own, maybe appraisal was the wrong word for it, but it was basically the changes that we're asking to be made. We're going to present, it's kind of hard to explain without going through the whole case, but we're going to present reasons why there's arbitrariness, why it's substantially above market value, but we're also going to say why, for example, the house doesn't meet the grade, why, for example, this effective year is wrong. And so that basically just puts it all in one chart. We can see everything we did and look at it. And everything was used according to the 2019 Randolph County Schedule of Value Standards and Rules. Every single number on the depreciation tables are right. Every single depreciation schedule, all of those are correct, with the exception of one thing, and that is the mobile home site valuation. It should say 1974 instead of 1975. On that chart, it says 1974, and the very first document, it says 1975. That is the only change for those two appraisals. And it's essentially, like I said, just formalizing and putting it in a chart where it's easy to see exactly what we're advocating for. And so I think it's very important. I will say I don't have an appraiser's license. I haven't been certified, but I did read that document. And this is what we're putting forward as what we believe based on that schedule. If that changed, this would be what the value would be. And so we're putting that forward, and you can take that into consideration. We just thought it would be better, instead of just saying we think we should do this, 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 to also show in a chart what that would be, to make it easier for everybody involved to look at and understand.
All right, let's do this. For the time being, let's call it an analysis. And then when we get to where you're going to introduce it, we'll look at it further, Ms. Scouten, and hear your objection at that time. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Sink, would you like to briefly give us a short presentation about what this hearing that Mr. Sink has requested is dealing with, to show that the property was arbitrarily taxed by the county?
So just a standard opening argument type thing?
Yes. Just a short explanation of what your contentions are and what you expect to show with your evidence.
Okay. So we're here today to argue that the county used arbitrary methods of valuation for the properties under appeal at Lowry Woods Circle and Old Mountain Road, and that the county's valuations of these properties are not reflective of the property's true market values as required by NC General Statute 105-283 on appraisal standards. So initially, the Lowry Woods Circle parcel, as of the 2019 reappraisal, was appraised at $29,270. At the formal appeal, this value was reduced to $28,140 for a misimprovement on the residual site. No further adjustments have been made on that property since then. The Old Mountain Road parcel, as of January 1st, 2019, was appraised at $289,020. This was further reduced to $257,440 as of the formal appeal, and then further reduced by the county post that meeting to $247,430 due to changes with the garage frame, but this has yet to be put on the property card. We understand that once we prove the arbitrariness of the county's valuations and/or case here today, the burden of proof does shift to the county to prove their valuations. However, today we're going to do even better than that. We'll not only prove the county's original valuations are arbitrary and unreflective of the true market value of these parcels, we'll also represent to the commission the reasons the county's exhibits and methods of proving their own valuations have some fundamental flaws. Additionally, we'll present our own appraisals of changes or estimates of changes, or whatever that would be appropriate for that to be called, and we advocate to see on the property card at the close of this hearing. And specifically, we seek a reduction in the appraised property value of 6111 Lowry Wood Circle to the price of $5,545. So we request reassessing the parcel to residual land and changing the misimprovement on the existing residual land from 50% good to 25% good. Now, this is in addition to showing how things are above market value as they stand. We also seek a reduction in the appraised property value of 2503 Old Mountain Road to the amount of $152,807. This value accounts for changing the effective year built of the dwelling to 1975, changing the grade of the dwelling's construction to E, changing the depreciation from fair to poor, correcting the effective date of the mobile home site, and it should say 1974 instead of 1975 on that. Correcting the effective dates of the lean-tos to 1997, changing their depreciations from average to fair, formalizing the county's change of the garage frames year built to 1995 and depreciation to fair, which they've already agreed to. But we also want to change the quality of construction of that garage frame to a D, and we want to allocate 80% good for the shape of the entire parcel with the exception of the primary site, and allocate 75% good for the topography of the entire parcel with the exception of the primary site. Lastly, changing the value of the primary site to $27,500. And as I said before, we're also going to exhibit arbitrariness of the county's tax valuations prior, and we're going to show the lack of their valuations grounding in true market value.
I didn't get to your contention as to the second parcel. The first one, I think you said, Mr. Sink's contention is it should be $5,500, and the second one was how much?
Yeah, so the first one's $5,545, and the second is $152,807.
All right. Okay, then if you finish your opening, we'll ask Ms. Scotton to tell us a little bit from the county's perspective. And also, I noticed y'all submitted separate pre-hearing conference orders. Are they differences in these, Ms. Scotton? I see one sign. I have one sign by the Sinks, and then I have another one signed by you. And I'm just wondering, are they the same order?
Your Honor, the county submitted its exhibits separately from the Sinks. So the one signed by the county is the county's exhibits, and the one signed by the Sinks are the Sinks exhibits. They were provided copies of our exhibits, and I was provided copies of theirs, if that answers your question.
All right. I think normally we have both signed the same one, don't we?
Typically, unless the parties cannot get together.
That's why I asked, because I was wondering. But basically, there's no objection to the exhibits that we have for the documents other than what you pointed out, Ms. Scott.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Scotton, we'll hear from you as to the county's opening.
Okay, so this case involves two parcels. The first located at 6111 Lowry Wood Circle in Trinity, and is comprised of approximately 0.67 acres. The county initially valued that property at $29,270, but the County Board of Equalization and Review granted a 50% reduction on a portion of the property due to a creek that crosses the back of the property. This resulted in a value of $28,140 assessed by the county. The second parcel is located at 2503 Old Mountain Road in Trinity. It consists of approximately 15.70 acres, improved by single-family residence with a 3-car basement garage. It is also improved with a detached garage. The residence is approximately 2,120 square feet in size. The county initially assigned a value of $289,020 to this parcel, but it was decreased to $257,440 by the County Board of Equalization and Review based upon a decrease in the quality of construction grade from C to C-. Subsequent research by county assessors revealed that the detached garage had been on the property earlier than originally thought. The age of the detached garage was changed in 1995, and the depreciation on that garage was changed from average to fair. This resulted in a new value of $247,430. The county was not allowed to visit this property. However, based on the photos submitted by the taxpayer showing the condition of the house, the county has decided to change the condition of the house from fair to poor, resulting in a final assessed value for this parcel of $230,680. Randolph County assessed these properties in accordance with its duly adopted schedule of values based on the countywide revaluation that occurred in 2019. As you are aware, county's ad valorem tax assessments are presumed to be correct. In order to rebut this presumption, the taxpayer must present evidence to show that an arbitrary or illegal method of valuation was used and that the assessment substantially exceeded the true value in money. The evidence will show that the taxpayer has not met this standard. Thank you.
Okay, the final pre-hearing conference order that I had in front of me did not reflect the 230,680 figure. So is this something that was done to reduce it from the 247,430 to the 230,680 after?
Yes, sir. At the time that we submitted our order, we had still not been allowed any access to the property, and we had not been provided with photos of the photos of the house that are in the taxpayer's order. Her order was submitted after ours, so that reduction is based upon our examination of those photos.
Okay, and Ms. Sink, you understand about the reduction, so it's now $230,680.
Yes, and that's due to the depreciation on the house being poor, right? Instead of
Yes.
fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Who is Mr. Sink's witnesses? Is it you?
It's just us, yeah. We're our own witnesses.
Okay, is he going to testify?
So only if there is something that I can't attest to and I need his knowledge of a very specific thing. I don't foresee that happening, but if a question is asked about a very, very specific aspect that I don't know, I'll refer to him.
Okay. Mr. Sink, is it okay? Can you hear me? Is it okay for your daughter to testify about your matters?
Yes, sir, that's perfectly fine with me. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Sink, you have been sworn, so you have an opportunity to testify as to your contentions and what you'd like to know about. Let's see. Is it easier to do these one pieces of property at a time, or should we do them both? Y'all have a preference?
The way that I have my argument organized is I do have it separated with Lowrywood first and the other second, but I think that it would be beneficial to hear the evidence both because the county's methods of proving their valuations and things are very similar for both of the sites. So I think it would be important to hear both at once and that you can make a decision at the end. That's my opinion though.
Ms. Scotton, is that okay with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You may proceed, Ms. Sink.
Okay, so I'm gonna start off by asking you to turn to Exhibit T1 on page 6, the beginning of Lowrywood Circle property. This gives you a brief description of the property under appeal, which is the subject property is located at 6111 Lowrywood Circle, Trinity, Randolph County, North Carolina. The property is a vacant 29,083 square foot parcel inside the city limits of Trinity with city water and sewer services. Property is zoned residential mixed use. The property is sloped throughout with the creek which crosses the property. An adjustment of 50% down has been made on the residual portion of the parcel due to the creek. So here, it's very similar to the first exhibit offered by the county, but our changes are that the property is vacant, which it is, that is the land class, and the property is sloped throughout. As you can see that, if you turn the page to Exhibit T2, and Exhibit T2 is a photo taken directly from Street View of Google Maps. We didn't make this photo, Google made it. And you can clearly see from that that is a very slow property. What actually happens is the property cuts through the driveway for 6099 Lowrywood Circle, which is the property that trailer's on. You can see this driveway if you look at the next page on Exhibit T3. You can see the circular drive, and you can see how this property cuts through that. So this whole piece of property essentially is sloped and makes it very difficult to actually use. And if you can, we didn't include in the argument anything for shape of property, but as you can see from Exhibit T3, this property is a very unique shape. We didn't include that in our argument today, but we're just pointing out that it could be that. Turn the page again, please. On page 9, you'll see Exhibit T4. That's just the property card. We thought it was important to include. So you could see that there was a 50% adjustment on 9,083 square foot. So it took the rate of that from 25 cents a square foot down to 12.5 cents. And that change in misimprovement was made after the formal appeal. That wasn't in the property description before. It wasn't taken into account on the property card. So it's important to see what the case is now. Now, our next exhibit on page 11, something the county may wish to present today. I don't know for sure if they're going to present it, but it shows something they may wish to show today. And we're going to get into later on more information about each of these properties, and both why we think that those properties may not be the best comparisons for the property under appeal, and why we believe this entire method of valuing things and comparing this way may not be completely correct. So if you turn the page to 12, Exhibit T6, what you will see is a map of all presented comparables, both the county and the taxpayer. So the letters correspond to letters of our properties and our comparable sales analysis. So our comparable sales that we use to help determine market value. The numbers correspond to the counties. The star, which is right next to the little red parcel deemed 19899, so that number, the star, like essentially next to it, is actually right across the street, is a property that was unable to sell for the asking price, which we will later discuss. Note that all of our comparable properties are located in the same subdivision as the property under appeal, something that isn't true for any of the county's comparables. On page 13 of this exhibit, you're going to see a zoomed in version of this map where you can see exactly how close these are. Here I've just bulleted 3 sales and then the star, which is literally right across the street from the parcel that we have under appeal. Okay. So in addition to those comparables that I introduced earlier being distant, there are other differences. So if you'll turn to page T7 or Exhibit T7 on page 14, you'll see some tax bills, parcel information for each of the properties that are listed. So the first, second, and fourth property listed are zoned R40. From what I've researched, that's specifically for single family dwellings, duplexes, agricultural uses, and it tends to discourage use that would generate traffic on minor streets other than normal traffic to serve residences on those streets. And intuitively, that should affect the desirability of the land for families positively, but this is just more information on these individual comparables. The comparable is priced by the lot, has a land class coding of single-family residential, and the fifth comparable is zoned R20, and the property card for that site has been updated since we sent our exhibits. Last week, the house on the property was recorded being valued at $11,800. Now, 1 week later, it's valued at $118,030. Land class for that has also been changed. And obviously, we don't exactly know what happened there, but it is intuitive that those changes most likely wouldn't have happened had we not sent in our evidence. Additionally, when the land was purchased in 2018, which is what they have noted, purchased by Randolph Building Supply for the express purpose of building a home on it and selling it for a higher price. It intuitively makes sense that they're willing to pay a premium if the property fits into their larger plan of developing these nice homes and selling them off for more money. But again, another thing to know about every single one of these comparables is that only one of them has the same land class vacant as the property under appeal. Now, if you'll turn to page 19, it's Exhibit T8. You're going to see the property that was represented by the star on the earlier map. So the closest one, the one that's directly across the street. This was a property that did not sell, despite the price of the property being at a large discount. You can see from this image, as I said before, it's right across the street. So if you go up into kind of like a 45-degree angle, you'll see the numbers that end 292, and that is the property. Okay, so turn the page again, please, to page 20, Exhibit T9. These are the mobile home taxes for the last 2 years. For the mobile home that is located on that starred property, which is address is 6100 Lowrywood Circle. You can see, I apologize for it being so small. It was only so big we can make it. But you can see the valuations have been constant over the last 2 years for that mobile home on that property at $12,075. This shows the home as value. And we get that it's not listed on the property card, but it does show that the trailer, the mobile home on it does have a value. And it was sitting on the property. It was for sale with the property. So for the purposes of our argument, we're going to add that $12,075 that the mobile home is valued at by the tax department to the value of the land. Okay, so if you'll turn to page 21, it's Exhibit T10. It's just the land valuation for 6100 Lowrywood Circle. The important thing about this is that it shows the valuations of the primary and residual sites are the same, prior to any adjustments, that is. And that means the properties can be directly comparable. They're essentially right next to each other. One little street separates them. They're right across. They have the same preliminary valuations prior to adjustments. The tax on the land is $27,120. The tax value of the mobile home was $12,075, and added together, that would be $39,195. If you turn the page to page 22, see relevant realtor information. Communication with the realtor is an email from a representative from the real estate company that this was advertised through, confirming the property was originally listed on March 5th, 2019. Under B is the MLS sheet from this property's listing. C, it shows online evidence is the headline for that.
Excuse me, I'm going to object to this testimony. We don't have this realtor here. We have no way to question her about this property, about the circumstances of the sale, or anything else.
I would argue that the MLS sheet is the MLS sheet, and that isn't changed. So if you want to disclude A or not include part A from her specific thing, that's fine, but B is the MLS sheet. And from what I understand, MLS sheets are accessible from any realtor. Anyone with a realtor's license can access MLS sheets from properties. So I believe that should stay included.
All right, I think we'll let it in, Ms. Scouten. It's generally available information from the website, and then you can argue its credibility and weight later.
All right, C,
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. C is from the real estate website. So C is from a different website. B was the MLS sheet, the official one. C is from a real estate website that keeps track of things. And so we included that. We realized the MLS sheet is the primary true, completely evidence. The online evidence from the realtor.com, we believe that it is completely true. It corresponds and helps to add information and affirm what the realtor herself said, which was the property was listed on March 5th, 2019. But it says it was originally listed for $19,900 and it was reduced to $17,700 on May 7th, 2019. Now the MLS sheet says $17,700, but it's important to note that's just the last price it was listed for. We didn't have to include that. Our case would probably be better if we didn't, but we wanted to be as honest as possible. The price wasn't always $17,770. It was higher before. It was $19,900. So the property was later withdrawn from sale. So it never sold. There's still people living there. Like they're renting it out from what I understand. The property,
Let me interrupt you a second. Mr. Guest has a question.
yes.
Mr. Guest.
Looks like, hi. Let's go back to your exhibit P10. 6100 Lowry Wood Circle land valuation, item A, land summary.
Okay.
Okay. Is this the property record card?
Yes, it's from the property record card. We went to land instead of parcel, so you could see the breakdown of
Okay.
primary site and residual. Yes.
This shows 0.47 acres. Is that correct? The copy here is hard to read.
Yeah, it's 0.47 acres. Primary site's 20,000 square feet and residuals 473 square feet.
Value of $27,120.
Yes.
This is the land only, does not include the trailer, which would be personal property.
That's correct.
Okay, and we're not valuing personal property in this appeal today. We're talking about land, your land.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm clear here. Thank you.
Yes. The reason that we mentioned the price of the trailer, the price of the mobile home, was because it does add some value to it, but we even show later, even if it added nothing to it, what percentages would have been. So we can go through both of those. But let's see. Yeah, so if you assume the mobile home was worth, like I said, it couldn't sell for 45.16% of its total valuation. But if you assume the mobile home was worth nothing, absolutely nothing, the property couldn't sell for 65.27% of its valuation. So if you assume the trailer, the mobile home just had zero value at all, it couldn't sell for 65.27% of its valuation. So when we look at our comparable sales, which are on page 24, I apologize for the thing saying exhibit 12 being slightly formatted off, but it's on page 24. Here's some of our comparables. Now, all of our comparables are in the same subdivision as the property under appeal, Lowry Wood. And additionally, we're not using the same method evaluation as the county. So what the county does when proving their method evaluation is taking the sales price of property and comparing it to the valuation of the parcel under appeal, and they separated it out. So what we have done is we're taking each of these pieces of property and we're dividing out what they sold for with the tax valuation at the time it was sold. So the first one, 4150 Fairwood Drive, sold November 8th, 2019 for $83,000. Now the 2019 appraised tax valuation of that property was $148,490. Dividing that $83,000 by the $148,490 tells us the property only sold for 55.9% of its valuation. B, if you flip the page, is the property at 6432 Heathwood Drive, read 5620. It sold October 5th, 2018 for $20,000. Tax valuation is $28,070. Property sold for 71.25% of its current valuation. Number C, or letter C, I'm sorry. Property at
I'm sorry. Could you, one, slow down, and two, could you repeat that second valuation?
So the property at 6432 Heathwood Drive, it sold for $20,000 in October of 18. Tax valuation is $28,070. The property sold for 71.25% of the valuation. And if you go to the third property, so C, at 6173 Lowrywood Circle, it sold July 22nd, 2016 for $10,000. The current tax valuation is $27,160, but the tax valuation at the time of the sale was $23,310. It sold for 36.82% of its current valuation and 42.9% of its valuation at the time of sale. This brings us to our personal.
Ms. Saint,
Hold on, let's see.
could you repeat the second figures, the second percentage?
42.9%.
Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
So this brings us to our personal valuation / estimates and information backing it. So if you flip the page to T27, T13 on page 27, I apologize. This shows evidence for the residual land argument that we have. So read 19856, which is B on your page. It's noted in the parcel, the notes of the summary as a buildable site. So, and the notes also show it does have a creek running through it, just like the property under appeal at Lowrywood. And the one under A, read 5636, it did previously have a structure on it from at least 2004 to 2010. If you go in the historical photos in Randolph GIS from 2004, 2007, and 2010, it shows it had a structure and it even shows parked cars around it. But unfortunately, this tool wasn't discovered until after the evidence was submitted. I didn't know you could access historical photos like that. But I do have the photos on my computer if people would like to see them. I know there's an issue with introducing evidence after, but I do have the photos if people would like to see them. But the property under appeal, so our property hasn't had a mobile home on it in at least 13 years, whereas this other property has had a mobile home on it at least in the last 10 years, and it's all residual sites. So there's that. And if you refer briefly to page 55, Exhibit T25, for a description of misimprovement factors. And that's page 55, Exhibit T25, subsection C. It shows misimprovement factors, and it shows the difference between normal, moderate, and severe. And in the initial appeal of this parcel, it was reduced to 50% good, which is in the severe category. So the county contests that it's a known environmental hazard. We moved to change it to 25% good because in addition to that, it's actually worse. And the property owner was in the past forced to sign a right-of-way for the purposes of running septic lines to their properties, meaning they could come back at any time and do essentially whatever they want there. And so you can't really put anything on, any permanent structures, anything. Not that the land is in a position where you're able to anyway, but you couldn't do that because you would have to, if they come through and ask for that right-of-way, pull it right back up. So the presence of the creek and the sloping leading to it additionally in the ditch render that entire piece of land, essentially, completely useless. And you can also refer back to that photograph I showed earlier, Exhibit T2, if you need to see the land again and how sloped it is. The next one is the exhibit.
Hold on, Mr. Guest has a question.
Yes.
Hi, okay, let's go back to your page 55,
Okay.
your misimprovement.
Okay.
So you're now asking for a severe rating and a 25% good, is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, so it's currently 50% good and severe rating. We're asking just for the residual land to be from 50% good to 25% good. Yes.
Okay, and under here, it says for severe, problem is a known environmental hazard.
Yes.
Do you have an environmental hazard on the property?
The county's already agreed to that, and they already said that it is. So we trust the county's judgment that it's a known environmental hazard, because in addition to the creek being there, the slope leading to it, the right of way for the septic lines, yes, is my belief.
I'm asking
Mhm,
on the residual portion that you're asking for the further reduction,
mhm.
what is the known environmental hazard? Tell me what the hazard is.
So it is my belief that that is the creek and the steep ditch leading to it, and the fact that the septic lines are running through there in the right of way.
All right, if we look at moderate,
Mhm,
it says problem is significant,
mhm.
limits the utilization. Would you say that a right-of-way would limit the utilization?
The right of way may limit the utilization, but I would say more so that since the county also has already agreed the problem is a known environmental hazard because of the creek and the ditch of the property, the slope leading to it, I would say that it falls more so under severe, even if one part of it falls under moderate.
When you say the runoff is an environmental hazard, what is the environmental hazard runoff that's coming down your creek? What's impacting your creek?
The septic system.
So just normal wastewater from your septic system or from someone else?
Our septic system.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you look at T14, which is the exhibit that Ms. Cotton initially objected to on page 28, so we do have it noted as taxpayer appraisal. I wouldn't have an issue with saying taxpayer estimate if it would be more favorable to the commission. I obviously haven't been very trained in what the differences in verbiage mean, so we can change that to estimate if that would be more favorable to the court. But it formalizes the changes that we advocated for before, and it just takes what we just asked for and puts it in a chart where you can just see what the breakdown would be. And so it's not saying that this is like something that an expert that's valued real estate their entire life has come and did, but it is something that makes it easier to understand exactly what we're asking for, and that's why we've included it. And so going off of that, Exhibit T15, which is page 29, talks more about arbitrariness in assigning valuations. So A and B, again, I'm sorry that the text is so small, but it shows the land summaries for two properties that are located directly beside each other. And directly across the highway from Lowrywood Circle, they were previously part of the Donwood subdivision before the highway was built. We didn't include them as a comparable because they are not currently in the same subdivision, but we include it for arbitrariness. As you can see, the residual land is priced the same as the residual land of the parcel under appeal prior to adjustments, but the first is priced by lot at the price of $21,600. C shows the proximity of them to Lowrywood Circle. You can see the green at the top left-hand corner That orange outline piece of property in it is one of these, and right next to it is the other, and Lowrywood Circle is on the bottom right. But then,
And this is, for the record, this is Exhibit T15, correct?
oh, yes, it is. I'm sorry. I should have
On
said
page 29 of the exhibits. Okay, thank you.
yes, sir. Then you look at D and E, which are on the next page. It shows the land summaries of two properties that are also touching each other, as you can see by looking at the photograph in F. So in photograph in F, the one outlined in red is one of these properties, and the square, that's the big square beside it that's immediately touching, is another. The values of the two parcels in D and E are dramatically different. The value of D is $1 per square foot for the primary site, 15 cents for residual. And the value of E is $3.10 per square foot for primary site, and the residual is 15 cents per square foot for the residual. The parcels are touching. They're literally right at each other. One's $3.10 a square foot, and one beside of it's $1 per square foot. And this is before any adjustments. This isn't like adjustments were made for size or things like that. This is base price. It's that different. You know, I get a little bit of difference between the two because it does appear that one is in a subdivision and the other isn't, but $2.10 upcharge a square foot is very, very dramatic. And so now we're going to go more so into the property at Old Mountain Road, which takes up the majority of this appeal. Sorry, I have to plug up my computer. It's running dead. Okay. So now we're going to shift to the Old Mountain Road property.
Let me ask you, how close is this piece of, is this parcel to the Lowry, parcel?
5 miles approximately.
Okay.
It's
So they're not close to each other, okay.
Yeah, they're not extraordinarily close, but we were comparing the arbitrariness of the two that we're touching. But yeah, they're not extraordinarily close to the parcel under appeal.
Mr. Gass?
All right, I'm sorry. Can we go back to your page 30 again?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that page number one more time?
Can we go back to your page 30, the document you were just on, the exhibit?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and you have parcel labeled D as in David and E as in Edward.
Yes.
And can you tell me how close these properties are to the subject property?
Like we said before, it's roughly 5 miles. Essentially, if you look at the first ones, which are right across the highway, and you go down just a little bit on that same road, these two properties are right there. So it's about roughly 5 miles. You're talking about from Lowrywood Circle, right?
Mr. Gass?
I'm looking here to determine what you've got. Property number D, which is, like, it's hard to read this, something North Carolina Highway
Oh, 62. Yes, sir.
62.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that property in relation to your subject property?
So in relation to Lowrywood, which is the first property under appeal, it's it's only a quarter mile from
Across the highway.
Oh,
If you drove
as
all
the
way
crow
around the
flies.
highway, y'all can come back down. As the crow flies, probably.
as the
a half
crow
mile.
flies, probably half a mile, but if you had to physically drive to it around 5 because there's no access to Highway 62 directly from Lowrywood Circle.
Okay, and how about property E, which is Wood Drive? How far is that from the subject property? Same distance? They're right next to each other?
Yeah, those two properties are right next to each other, D and E, but I mean, so the same distance as the crow flies. Driving, I'm assuming it would be the same.
Okay, now,
Road, you would have to go up 62 to Finch Farm Road.
Well, yeah, no,
Go down Finch Farm Road to Welborn Road, then go all the way down Welborn Road. You'd have to make a bit. This was all one development before 85 cuts through the middle of it.
right,
It was all in one development, and then 85 came through and cut it in half. So to get from one side to the other, you have to go all the way around 85.
sure, I understand. Okay, last question. On these items D and item E, and you're talking about there's a difference here in the residual values. Is there anything in this area adjacent to this land, touching this land, that environmental hazards or anything that would impact the value of this property? I know it's split by Interstate 85. Is there anything there that's going to impact the value of this property compared to the subject property? Or are they identical other than the fact that you had Interstate 85 split the property in half? I'm trying to find out if there's anything that would cause the reduction of the value by the county.
It's the same. He said, is it the same like quality of land essentially on both sides? Is there anything environmental that would negatively affect it on that side of the highway versus this?
Well, I don't exactly know what he's saying, but this over here is in a mobile home subdivision, and that over there has brick houses on it and brand new homes, and it's on Highway 62, which is much more desirable than Donwood Trailer Park. That's
And
all
this
I
is
know.
the one over, not the one directly across.
Yeah, that's the one on 62. That's
Yeah.
62 right
Yeah,
there.
the 62.
And Barbecue Kings is
So-
up right up above it, which is a business. That property does, the subdivision goes to a business.
No, we are not aware of any environmental things that could negatively impact it. We're not aware of any, but we also exhibit that both of these properties literally are touching each other, and one of them holds a value of $3.10 per square foot, and one of them holds a value of $1. And so, I mean, they're directly touching each other. So if, you know, they back up to one another.
The dollar one does have brick homes on it, whereas the $3 one has vinyl siding.
Yeah, she said the dollar one, and this isn't just these two pieces of, I included these two because I didn't want to, you know, it's already a really long document I gave you guys. I didn't want to make it excessively long, but this isn't just these two pieces of property. This is the case for. It's other properties around there also have the $1 per square foot and the $3.10 for this side of it. And the thing about it is that if you look at the land summaries, which I've included for D&E, there are no reductions for like misimprovement for those, size, anything like. And if there was a known environmental hazard, you know, you would think that would be noted somewhere also, but we have lived around this also our entire lives essentially, and we're not aware of anything environmentally.
Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Ms. Sink, let me ask you this question. Is the Lowry property, valued on a per square foot basis?
Mm-hmm.
And what is the per square foot basis the county has put on it?
Yes. So let me go to the property card so I can make sure I'm giving you the right numbers. It is $1.35 a square foot for the primary site, and the residual site was initially 25 cents a square foot, but has been reduced because of the misimprovement to 12.5 cents per square foot for that 9,083 square foot residual.
All right, and is that shown on one of the early exhibits? It's 67 hundredths of an acre, but it was not appraised per acre, it was appraised per square foot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that's exhibit T4, page 9, has the property card with that on it.
Okay. I thought that was the case, but I wanted to be sure. And I see it there. And the 20 is still a 135, but the bottom figure has been reduced to 12.5 for the residual.
Yes,
Okay. Go ahead. So let me ask first before we leave this one, any more questions about the Lowry? Nobody behind me. Lowry property? Did you have one? No. Okay. Go ahead to the property on 2503 Old Mountain Road.
Yes. So if I can get you to flip to page 31, exhibit T16. That is the property description for Old Mountain Road. It is essentially the same as that of the counties, except for but I believe the county didn't add what percentages have of reductions for, like what acreage and percentage reductions for topography. They just, I believe, said that it had been used for topography and we tried to add more information there. I could be incorrect on that. Let me make sure before I commit to that. Yes, so we just essentially formalized what amount of the land and what percentage reduction for topography has been adjusted, and what percentage the 0.27 acres has been adjusted for the floodplain. And the unconventional design, we took that out because we didn't see where it had been reduced for that. And also later on in the county's exhibits, they say it's a conventional design. And so we didn't want to put something that may be contradictory and we didn't know for sure. So we took that out, but it's in the counties for debate later. So the property card is exhibit T17, and that is on page 32. It goes all the way through page 35. And like I said before, the property currently has a 15% reduction in valuation on 14.43 acres due to the subpar topography. It also has a 5% reduction in valuation on 0.27 acres due to part of the property being in a floodplain. And so that formalizes that. It also shows what the home is currently valued at, and it shows that there was a decrease in value on the last page of that property card. We included it for reference later more so, but we wanted to show that we had it. T18 on the following page shows the outline of this property, which we will get into more later with the argument for shape. But again, it's here for this. And before I argue the great topography, shape, or conditions, I first want to offer thoughts on comparable analyses for the property. I'll reference some properties the county may choose to introduce and present, properties in which, in my opinion, are more comparable, and the method that I believe is more comparable to deduce the market value of the property under appeal. So if you look at exhibit T27 on page 62, I'll give you a second to get there. It is T27 on page 62. Okay. Here's some information on land comps provided by the county. So we've taken the addresses and we've pulled up more information on each of these properties. Our aim is to provide you with a more complete view of these parcels, and you can decide if they're the best comparisons for the property versus the comparisons that we're showing you. So the very first one is 1946 Finch Farm Road, read 2982. The property, the land class is new construction residential. It has 5 tracts on one deed. Now, so whenever you look at that, it's nearly impossible to determine what price the buyer actually paid for each of those parcels. It's not noted out on a deed. So what the county does is they divide up the sales price proportionally to what they valued the property before. So if the property was valued, if one was valued 5,000, one was valued 10,000, if the two were sold together, one would get a third of it and the other would get 2/3. It's not actually noted how much that parcel sold for. It's noted how much that parcel sold for based on just purely what the county has valued it. Okay, and the second one also has the same issue. It's 0 Finch Farm Road, read 88328. The property, that one's zoned CVOE-CD. It has 2 tracts on one deed. So the joint sales price, as before, was divided up proportionally among the properties according to their previous tax valuations. The first land summary that I've included underneath a picture of the deed, which I didn't include for the other because it was a lot of information to put on one thing, but it is there. So the first land summary is that of that used in the parcel for county's comparable sales analysis number 2. And property, like I said, probably didn't actually bring that price. as there's no adjustment for access easement for that property, which if you flip the page, you'll see a picture of. And so this piece of property is the one that has end 1844 on the bottom left. There's no adjustment for access or easement. That property has no road front, and that's not noted anywhere in the county's valuation of that land. So that one's probably overvalued by county.
Ms.
This is
Sink,
your page 64, is that correct?
Yes, that's the one the picture's on. Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to identify things for the record. Thank you.
Okay, no problem, no problem. And it's the one on the bottom left of that is the parcel that's their comparable sale number 2. And like I said, it doesn't have any adjustment for access easement and it has no road front. So whenever that was sold in conjunction with the other property, which is on the top right of that image, and the sales price was divided according to the tax department's own valuations, the fact that you don't actually know the price of that, and the price is probably overvalued, that comparison to that aren't all that great. Property does not surely bring an accurate comparison. The adjusted sales price per acre of this property, the county's comparable analysis, is $10,021 per acre, which is by far the highest of all the properties, unusually high. Even if we had the actual sales price, which we do. The third comparable sale county is planning to introduce is 3349 Finch Farm Road, which is 387944. Same exhibit, subsection C of everything on page 65. So here you have a breakdown of what this land is valued at to start with. So you can see that the primary site is valued at $32,000. And the agriculture woodlands valued at $8,000 per acre, and then it has a shape reduction of 25%, so it's 75% good. But if you look at that, the land's valued higher to start with for the primary site and the agriculture woodland before the shape's taken into account. So if it's valued higher to start with, how are you going to have a blanket comparison?
Your Honor, I would object to this entire line of testimony. The county has not presented any of this into evidence yet. The county has not had the opportunity to testify as to this evidence. And Ms. Sink has no basis on which to make presumptions about how the county evaluated any of this.
all right, that's a good point. Ms. Sink, I think you need to wait and you'd be entitled to cross-examine the county once they introduce these exhibits, since they're their data. Okay?
Yes, and will I have an opportunity to introduce the exhibits in my final argument that I have to, if they directly are in response to what the county is planning to say, or if they do say it?
You mean introduce these exhibits that you're
Later.
talking about here that the county's prepared?
No, I'm talking about if the county does introduce these properties, or I have some counter charts and things. So if the
Okay, yes, I would think so. At that time.
Okay, yes, sir, of course. So we'll skip over this next part. I'll make a note to come back to that. And now, if you turn to Exhibit T28 on page 67, we'll introduce our comparables. And once again, these comparables, we're not comparing the sales price of a different piece of land that has different zoning, different everything to our property under appeal. What we're doing is we're comparing merely for properties directly around the parcel under appeal, what the tax department, what Randolph County Tax Department appraised them at versus what they could sell for and what they did sell for. This is a direct comparison of that. So the very first property is 2475 Woodview Drive. That sold November 27th, 2018 for $210,000. And you can see that that's subsection A. There's an image of this property in B, which is the larger one near the top left of that image. So you can also see how it directly touches our property. It touches the back. It's right at it.
And which one is your property on this, map, photo?
Yes, so our property is the ones at the right of that, I believe.
77689 or 7589? Is that?
Yeah, I'm trying to see the number. Can you see that number?
Yeah, I am too.
I got a magnifying glass.
Sorry again for this being so small. I was trying to
But
make
it's
it.
immediately to the right of the property you were identifying, which is 7418. Is that correct?
No, the 7418, our property is in front of that. So what it is there's two roads. So Old Mountain Road's over here, and that Woodview Drive is up here. And
So the property, your property is not on this photo?
it is
it's
a
on
photo,
the-
but it's like beneath it because our property is very long and skinny. And so it's the very, very far right of that bottom little point. So not the one that curves around directly to the right, but the ones with the little long skinny lines. The first like 3 subsections or 4 lines are the.
Okay, I think I see it.
Yeah.
I can explain.
I'm in the middle of the page outlined in red and orange.
Yeah, the black and white copy because printing was it's pricey.
It is in the middle of the page coming
Down.
towards us. Yeah, and it looks like from the property she's talking about where the property she's wanting to include, it's right at kind of the belly of that property. You know, it's got a low point, and our property is right along that low
Yeah, those
point.
first few little lines.
What this property is 4 lots, 100 feet wide, and then wherever that is, 16 acres, 8 acres deep would be 16 or 1700 feet deep and 400 feet wide is what this property is.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, you might want to keep that magnifying glass there. So the tax valuation of the property right now is $401,320. It sold for 52.33% of its current valuation. It sold in November of 2018. So
And how much did it sell for?
it sold for $210,000, and the valuation's $401,320.
Okay.
So that's 52.33%. And we will say this is a larger piece of property. There's a mobile home park site there, but this property, we're not comparing that directly to this. What we're doing is we're comparing the price the tax department put on it to the price that it could sell for. It's right behind our property. Yeah, it touches it. So the second piece of
Mr. Guest, Mr. Guest has a question.
I want to go back to that for a second. The property that sold for the 52.33% of value, was that unimproved property? Was there any improvements on the property when it was sold?
Yes, so there were, I believe, 10 mobile home sites that brought a total value of $69,000.
Okay, so do you have any idea how much value was placed in the sale to the mobile home parks, or the improvements, the septic systems, or any other improvements to the property compared to your property? Was it just land?
So I do not have that value, but I do have the value if the $69,000 for all of those mobile home sites are taken out.
That's what it was.
And
69.
it's $69,000 was all the listed improvements that I saw, and it's for the sites, and the sites include everything for that, from what I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see if I understand what you're trying to compare. Now, your property has a house on it, right? This piece has a house on it. Okay. Now, so this particular piece you just referred to did not have a house, but it had mobile homes on it. Is that correct?
Yes, it has 10 mobile home sites, I believe.
But I guess we're trying to understand the point you're trying to make. It is these comps, you're trying to show that the properties are selling for, in this case, about half of what it was valued at on tax purposes. Is that what you're trying to?
Yes, I'm trying to show not a comparison of their blanket valuations to ours or their sell price to our valuation. What I'm trying to show is how overvalued the tax department's assessments are tending to be at the properties located very close to this property. And obviously we haven't put ours up for sale, so we don't have that, but we have the ones located nearly immediately around us, which are much closer, also we'll get into the map, than the ones that the tax department has included. So we feel that the location is extremely important. And so we're showing how the properties are literally, this one's literally touching how much.
Do you have one that has a house on it, similar to the piece that you have, your property?
Yes, I do have one of those. I need to figure out, I have about 11 comparables, but they're.
Well,
yeah.
you got them in the record and we'll have them. Why don't you pick out one or two and that you think are the most comparable for your point, and then give us the information on those. And then if we have some questions about the others, we'll ask.
Let's see. They're all pretty egregious, but okay. Yeah, they're entering them all into evidence, I think, for the purpose of the argument here. Do you remember which one of these had the house on it? A bunch of them are classed as single-family residential, so I'm trying to determine the count for. Okay.
Maybe 40, 47. Hold on.
Yeah, the entire parcel.
Maybe this, that
Yeah,
one.
I believe B and C. I think I have images of those, and I don't have the images, but I believe B and C has a home on it. They do have homes.
Brick house.
Brick house, okay. So for
And
B.
which one is that?
B and C, the 3861 Fuller Mill Road North. But C is one that definitely has
I think, yeah.
And which page of the exhibits?
Page 7 of. No, sorry. Page 68 and page 69.
Okay. All right, we're there.
T28. So B sold March 8th, 2017 for $45,000 tax value.
Now, let me stop you and ask. I don't see a B. Where's the B designation?
So it's on page 68 at the very top. It says 3861 Fuller Mill Road North, and under it has parcel information.
Oh, I see it up the top. Mine's covered up with a paperclip, so I found it.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. But I don't see the C. Is that the next one?
That's the next page. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I see C. I found it.
So yeah, so B essentially, it was sold for $55,000, value of $66,900 in 2017. It sold for 67.26% of its valuation at the time of sale. The entire parcel there is a primary site. C sold for $55,000, valuation in 2018, because it sold March 27th, 2018, was $135,240. Property sold for 40.67% of its valuation at the time of sale. And I think it's also important to look at D, which is page 70. I know that we haven't gotten county analysis, but this is definitely going to return to after they present, because it is a very comparable sale. It's the same acreage essentially as this property. It is further away, but as you see, it's located directly beside one of theirs. And we'll get more into that later, because I know the county has to present their case first. And let's see if I can give you one or two other ones, and then I can refer to these others later if need be. So if you look at F, 4077 Fuller Mill Road, that's on page 72. So that sold December 17th, 2018, just like a couple weeks before the new appraisal. Tax valuation of this property is currently $114,510. It sold for 41.73% of its current valuation, like 2 weeks before the new valuation took place. But if you want to get into 2018 valuations, the 2018 tax valuation was $112,580. And that sold for 42.45% of its 2018 valuation. So if you take 2018 or 2019 valuation, it's still sold for low 40% valuation of that property. If you look at H, which is on the same road, it's 2621 Old Mountain Road, and that is located on page 74 of your copy. So that sold August 7th, 2015 for $40,600. Tax valuation at the time of sale was $111,010. The property sold for 36.57% of its valuation at the time of sale. So that's very important. And then we'll mention the one other on Old Mountain Road, and then I can come back if needed for the others. But the next one I'm going to mention, and the last one I'll go for on this because I recognize the need for time. 0 Old Mountain Road is I on there, 75. It sold also August 7th, 2015 for $8,400. I will say H and I were on the same deed, but they were the only 2 parcels that were on that same deed. And so we have both of them here and both of their valuations, and it proves that both of them are far lower than what they should have been. They sold for far lower than what the market value or the tax appraisal was at that time, roughly 36%. That land class is vacant though, doesn't have a primary site. But again, we're comparing isn't the other land to our quality of land. We're comparing the tax department's tendency to overvalue things. And these are properties that are located immediately. You can see from this picture in H specifically, because H and I were sold together, they're right at each other. If you go back to H on page 74, you can see that outline property. If you look just like 3 or 4 to the left, you'll see our property. 6795246,490. That's our property. That's how close these two are together. And so we know it's 2015, but at the same time, that's in actuality not that long ago. But this is so close to this property. We felt it was very important to show, even in this specific area, right at this property, the tendency of overvaluation. Okay. Yeah, it's within like 800 feet of this property. So I'm going to ask you now to turn to Exhibit 29, which is on page 77, and you're going to see a map. And on that map, it shows all comparable sales noted by the county and the taxpayer. The letters correspond to the letters of properties in our comparable sales analysis, while the numbers correspond to the counties. Once again, the reddish orange property is this parcel under appeal. Like I said, our comparables are highlighted yellow and outlined in red. Note how much closer in proximity to the parcel under appeal our comparables are, how they surround the parcel under appeal, essentially to the left, to the right, above. And then the one lone comparable that's far off is located touching a comparable that may be introduced later by the county. And we'll get into that if they do introduce that. Okay, so now, I guess that's also reflected in the counties, so we'll save that for later. Next, we're going to have you turn to T25 subsection F, and that is on page 56. Okay, T25 subsection F, page 56. Shows the specifications for a grade E drawing. What we're going to do is show you photos and give testimony to each aspect of each of these specifications and explain how the dwelling here at 2503 Old Mountain Road meets those specifications. We represent to the commission that we fully understand that grade is representative of the quality of construction, not the condition. And we advocate that the quality of the construction at the time that this dwelling was built was not quality. The person who built it was my father, who had no experience building any houses before. The materials used were materials that were to be used in
Well,
like
I didn't
modular
borrow
homes.
any money. I just built it with money I had as I went along. So this house has never had a loan on it. So you can tell most of it was from building material salvage places, to be honest with you. But it doesn't matter about that. I mean, I didn't get drunk. I tried to get the best I could, but
It's still,
for my
yeah.
limited, I didn't borrow any money. I built it. Took me 10 years out of what I could gather up at the time. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm. And so we have arguments we're going to present for each aspect of this, these specifications. We took pictures of some things. We literally have a strip of the carpet we can hold up if you'd like. We took a picture of it too, showing how thin it is and how the whole carpet for the entire home was purchased for what, $200, $300?
I bought it. Met the man at Greentown Flea Market in Greensboro that worked at a mobile home manufacturing place in Robbins, North Carolina, and he sold me a whole roll that covered this whole house. It was between $200 and $300. I can't identify exactly which it was, but
Just, Ms. Sink, let me ask you, all of these items, which ones are significant and how it's going to change the value if you're correct with your analysis of these particular items that you've listed here on 56. That could take a long time to go through all of these. Which ones would make a significant difference?
From what I understand, the appraisers, the tax department, basically come to a consensus based on everything. I can get through them fairly quickly because I have pictures that we can go through.
we
But-
want to tell them that we did have appointments for them to come on site, but then they canceled them. It's not as they said.
So,
You'll have a chance later, Ms. Scott. Is it your testimony that you did offer the county to come to the site?
Yes,
we offered
did
the
with
county to come to the site. We did not offer for them to come inside the house. We offered for them to come to the site. And the reason we didn't offer them to come inside the house was because, you know, it's a matter of like personal space, personal privacy. And we offered to take pictures, which we have, and we've included them in this evidence. And I mean, it's just, we don't make a habit. In fact, we don't have people in this house walking around. We very much value privacy, value our space, value our cleanliness, and having people in our home, in our personal space, essentially to us violates the one private area you have in your life is your home, you know? So
Well,
Do you understand it makes it harder for the county to know the condition of your improvement if they're not able to see inside? So that
Right.
makes it more difficult for them.
Right. But we also have taken pictures of this, and we did have an appointment for a site visit with Mr. Puccio, who I believe is in attendance today. And, you know, in that.
Did you provide them with the pictures?
I did. I have the pictures all in this evidence, which we're planning on going through.
And the county has those pictures now? All right, go ahead. All right, let's try to run through them as quickly as you can, and please do the significant ones, and if it's minor, we'll have it in the record. Do you have your contentions for each one of those items?
I do. I have them. Well, I don't have them listed out on the paper and the evidence, but I can explain them using the pictures. So I can just quickly go through them. If you turn to Exhibit T22, which is on page.
Chairman, I have a question.
Excuse me, Ms. Sink.
So we're asking the Sinks to inform us of Well, the final assessment by the county is $230,680. And they are saying that property is, the taxpayer saying property is worth $152,807. So we're asking them to show why the property should be valued at 152 versus the 230, the differences. Is that what we're thinking?
Yes, as I understand it. And the ones that are going to affect that difference in value would be the ones that we would be wanting to look at. If it's basically the same as what the county has, then there's no use to us going into it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The county
Thank
changed the value though based on depreciation. So when we get to our depreciation argument, since they already changed that from fair to poor and made it the 230, we won't have to go through that depreciation argument, but they didn't change the grade. So we need to explain why the grade is different and things such as that.
All right, go ahead.
So
The
the first specification is concrete block walls or piers and concrete footings. If you look at Exhibit T22 on page 4, you're going to see that it does have page 44 is Exhibit T22.
Page 44. Okay, give us a chance to get there. And don't talk too fast. You have a tendency, you know your material. We don't. We have to find it and understand it. So don't go too fast. Although we want you to be brief and get your sense out there, but don't go too fast because sometimes that takes us longer to find it if you go fast or to have to ask you about it. Okay?
Okay. So you can see mostly from C, if you flip to page 1, from the cracks, you can see that they're blocks. And because it wouldn't crack that way if there wasn't a block foundation to this house. Concrete footings are needed for those blocks. So the very first part of grade E, the foundation is met. Exterior walls is the second aspect of grading. And they say they want minimum fenestration with inexpensive SAFs with little to no trims. For this, I'm going to have you turn briefly to Exhibit T20. And you can see that there are very few windows in this dwelling from images there. There's none on the bottom floor at all, none in the basement, I guess you would say. But the top has very small windows. There's not a lot of them. And you can see from Exhibit T23, so it's page 48. If you would turn 2 more pages to subsection E of that. You'll see an example of the moldings on the windows that meets the minimum fenestration. I think I'm pronouncing that right. But then they're broken up. You can see how.
What is their finger jointed moldings? They're like paint grade. Where they, I don't know if they're even supposed to be on the exterior. I think they're glued apart in them, but they're coming apart where they're jointed.
Let me ask you a question, Ms. Sink, see if I can help move this along. We have these photos and we're looking at it. And what is the county, this deals with grade, is that correct?
So what we initially were planning to use these photos to argue both depreciation and grade. As you can see, the quality of the materials that were initially used and also their current condition, which meet the things for both. The county's already granted condition. We're just arguing now the grade, how the quality, the construction was, the quality of the materials.
The grade, what does the county have for the grade?
The county has a grade of C-.
And what do you contend it should be?
I contend it should be E.
All right. And can you point out what that difference would be?
From what I understand, it is very much that minimum fenestration. There's very low cost sidings used that you can see from looking at these pictures as well. It's pine wood siding. There's no cornice and no gutters on this house. You can see that from even D, any of the pictures. There's no gutters. That's a requirement. for things in the C level grade. The floor cover, we have very low grade carpet, as I said
Well,
before.
what I'm asking is, Ms. Sink, let me stop you there. I'm trying to see where you're going with this and how much difference it's gonna make. You said it was a grade of C minus, and you contend it should be E. How much difference would that make in the valuation? You know?
I do. I have that, with that appraisal in, Exhibit T34. Actually, I have, it would be the difference between, for the main body, about,
Let me look, Mr. Guest is saying maybe page 86 has that information.
yes.
This is where you had the analysis. So this is your grade contention over here on E, I assume, when we're looking at page 86, Exhibit T34. And do you know how much difference that would make from the county's council?
Yeah.
They're senior.
So
They're old
it,
too.
according to the property card and their exhibit, it's currently, for the main body, E, our C minus is 146,908. For me, the main body E is 81,073.60. So it's about, what, 60,000, 64,000, 5,000 difference. For the wood deck, it's about 1,700 difference. And for the unfinished basement, it is about 15,000 difference.
Question for you, and this is Commissioner Guest. Is this based on the new adjusted value of $230,680 that the county announced today, or based off the original value?
For this, the depreciation doesn't go into this calculation. So this is just based on the changes in the grade. The depreciation comes out of it later.
Yes, the changes on the grade, did you base it off of the original value which the county had, which was $247,430? Or are you basing this now off of the final valuation we learned of earlier today, which was $230,680? It's already reduced the value by roughly $16,800 or so.
Right. So I'm basing this on the property card that they put in, which was the like A7. But what I'm saying is that actually wouldn't matter for this because depreciation and where they agreed that it was poor, which made it that 230, only comes out later on. So the initial valuation before you take into account percentages for depreciation would change by that blanket amount. And then their percentages for depreciation to poor, it would be basically what I already have here because I already changed the depreciation to poor in this analysis as well. So this basically takes the poor depreciation factor after you put the grade because the grade's the very first thing you put in. So I'm just talking about blanket changes in A on that exhibit T34, page 86.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Like I was saying before, additionally, the grade, I gotta find where I was. Like I said, there's no gutters. You can look at the pictures and see that. Low grade carpet, basically the inputs in the home, the vinyl on the basically flooring in the kitchen bathroom is also very, yeah, hollow core doors, which I can like knock on right here if you'd like. It's over here. I can hold up the carpet. It's like we have a little strip of it. Walls are inexpensive taped drywall with paint or texture finish, yes. Kitchen and bath, things such as that. Low cost laminated countertops, doors are hollow core with low cost hardwood. It meets that minimum amount of closet space. It has a closet in each bedroom and one small storage space in the living room. None of the closets are walk-in. Therefore, I mean, in our opinion, that's a minimum. I don't know, like, how the county would value that, but we took that as being a minimum. Again, photographs weren't taken of the closets because, like we said, we didn't want our personal clothing to be put on display and entered into exhibits permanently for everyone to see for the end of time. Minimum heat only has central heat. It says may or may not have forced air furnace. It doesn't. It has that central heat. It has low cost.
What are you referring to now, Ms. Sink?
I was referring down to the heating and cooling aspect of the grade thing that was.
Which page?
Well, that we don't have photos of the heating system, but it's exhibit T.
No, I mean, where does it reference as to how they determine grade? Is that what you're reading? Where they determine C, D, E, whatever?
It's exhibit T25 subsection F, and it's on page 56.
56?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the grade. Well, I don't see where it identifies. Oh, that's grade E. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I
Yes.
see.
So,
We don't have C there. I guess the county has it or C minus, whatever. All right.
yes, sir. So I was arguing that essentially this meets all of these qualifications for a grade E residence. Minimum number of outlets, low cost lighting. The lighting in the house is on the ceiling fans. Fixtures are for standard homes, so they're very inexpensive fixtures and piping. So it meets these requirements. And you can see from the pictures the quality of the materials that we've put in. Like I said, low cost siding, it has pine wood siding. It has, very low cost shingles on the gable type roof, which it advocates for. The concrete block walls and piers, concrete footings, minimum fenestration, it meets these things to be considered a grade E. And so what we would like to see is that to be put on the property card. Because we feel that it meets that based on the things that Randolph County included in their own schedule of values for what a grade E resident should be.
All right. Let me ask you, exhibit T26 talks about, grade remains C minus. And then on page 60, it has grade changes to E, grade E. And is this where you were getting your information from as to the change in value it would make?
No. This is directly in response to the county's, one of the county's pieces of evidence that they're planning to submit. So,
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I didn't need to take us someplace else. Okay, go ahead and continue. What's the other major thing besides the grade that you think the county got wrong?
So I also want to point out that the grade for the wood deck, as it does not meet base specifications. It doesn't have stairs or anything. You can see that in the pictures. But for the basement is in the dwelling constructed at the same time using the same materials. And we also advocate, which to be honest, I should have found something for grade in here, but we advocate grade D for the garage frame, and I wanted to briefly say why. The base specifications for a garage, which I have included here, if you're still on exhibit T25, it's
And the page number?
It's page 54, subsection B.
Page what?
54?
54?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It got muzzled as it was coming out. 54, thank you, go ahead.
So it states the base specifications for a garage, and it states that they're concrete block or slab foundation, wood framing or masonry, adequate wiring, windows and doors, And this garage does not have any wiring, it doesn't have any windows, and it only has one actual door to enter and exit. You can only get into it from one door. They do have a couple of like roll-up doors, garage doors you can pull in and out things, but you can't get into it from the outside. You have to go inside and open it. So in other cases where things don't meet base specification, is my understanding, and county can correct me if this isn't the case, but it's my understanding that in cases where things don't meet base specification for quality of construction, so that the grade is reduced to accommodate that. So
All right, let me ask you, how did the county have the garage graded, and how are you contending?
So the county has the garage.
It's the garage of the
Sorry, let me turn to the county's evidence just so I can be completely sure. So the county has the garage currently listed as a C grade. Like I said before, they've already agreed to change the depreciation and the effective year because the year they had was far newer than the year that garage was actually put on. So the grade change is just from a C to a D for the garage frame, and C is average. So I believe average means meets base specifications, and since this does not meet base specifications, it should be reduced in grade
The what?
to a D.
D? And what kind of difference would that make?
So I didn't come across like a specific chart like there was for dwellings because they had that specifically listed out. But I argue a reduction in grade on the pure fact that it doesn't meet base specifications. So
What did the county have it, the garage valued at?
So the county initially had the garage valued at $32,190, but that's before they agreed to change the depreciation from average to fair and the effective year from 2004 to 1995. So I don't know what the county has the garage valued at now because it's not on the property card because it was made. It was made, but they didn't put it in on something on the property card before they sent in their evidence. But what I'm saying is just from a C to a D. I can try to look back at my exhibit and see.
Well, let me ask you this: what value did you say the garage should be valued at?
Yes, sir. I said the garage should be valued at $18,291.48.
$18,291. Okay.
And it looks to me like it is 78% good factor for depreciation for a D, and for a C, it's 100%. So what it is just taking 22% off for the fact that it doesn't meet base specifications.
Okay. All right.
I don't know
Get that out. Okay. What's the next significant thing that you think the county had wrong?
So they've already changed the depreciation from fair to poor, so I won't go through that. That was our next point. But let's see. Okay, so the next thing, going down, so the lean-tos are at the garage. I mean, this doesn't make a huge difference, but it's important that
it doesn't make much of a difference. Let's go to things that really have significance.
Okay.
Minor items are probably going to be hard for us to deal with.
But just very quickly, we just advocate for the date of that to be changed to 1997. They had it listed as 2004, which is the same date they originally had the garage frame listed. These were on there way before then. I don't know how they came up with 2004. So the date of that should be changed in 1997 for consistency. And like we just said, depreciation fair, the garage is fair depreciation. They've been there. But the mobile home site, which is on the property, the date is also wrong on that. And I don't know how they got to 1992 because it's been standing since at least 1974, 75. So most likely 1974. We advocate to change that to the effective day of the mobile home site. We couldn't find the historical images from that year because it's so old, but
I lived in it. And
Yeah.
I put it there myself.
he lived in there before he built this house.
That's why I lived in there before I built this.
Is that gonna make a difference in the valuation of this, site?
Yes, it will.
How much changing the date, how much difference will that make?
It makes about $1,200.
All right. Okay, what next?
So we want the effective date of this house to be changed to 1975. So if you look back to Exhibit T25, which I should,
What
I'm sorry, what?
page, what's the page number for T25?
Look at page 57.
She wants,
57?
Yes,
she wants to change this.
All right, I have page 57.
I'm wondering if we could get Miss Scotton's mic turned off. I keep on hearing things about me wanting to change things. I was wondering if that would be possible.
Ms. Scott, if you're gonna be having conversations, it's,
I can ask my
Please try to-
witnesses not to speak. I didn't realize that they were speaking loud enough. I'm sorry.
that's all right, that's all right. No problem, we're just trying to get where everybody can hear and think.
Yes, no problem at all. I
We
should-
don't want you to cut your mic off unless you have to.
Right, I understand, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Singh.
So on that page 57, section G, you can see where it says, this is from page 130 of the Randolph County Schedule of Values. If it is in poorer condition than typical houses of the same age, or has not been modernized or rehabilitated as other similar houses in the market areas, or if some off-site economic or environmental factor is negatively affecting the value, the effective age will be greater than the chronological age. We represent that from the images before and the fact that nothing has ever been replaced on this home. The roof has never been replaced. The siding has never been replaced. It
Never
is,
been painted.
it's never been painted or stained. Again, it's just like, it's objectively hasn't been kept up to the standards of a typical home. You would say a typical homeowner would follow guidelines for roof replacement, would follow, those things. And this home has not been updated like that. And so we argue that since it meets that qualifications, the effective age is greater than the chronological age. Chronological age is 1983, what it's listed as. We said 1975. I will contest that I got to that number based on a general, thinking through what would be considered reasonable for a back adjustment. I don't have any specific calculations to show you why it should be 1975, but I figured that roof replacement's generally 40 years, 30 years.
This is 20-year, and it's been on there. I've been patching it. The shingles, but I've got them. I can bring some in right now. I got to go up there and patch these back.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Singh. What year does the county use for the effective age?
They use effective age of 1983, the same as the actual year built.
Same as it's built?
Yes.
That was the year it's built? Okay, all right.
Well, that was the year it was finished.
Yeah, that was the year it was finished. And
Okay.
so let's see. Again, like I said, the house hasn't been modernized or rehabilitated as other similar houses in market areas. And you can always go back to the photographs and see the roof. You can see things like
They can
that.
see where the foundation's painted.
yeah.
Just wash the paint.
Yeah, you can see where the paint's been washed off the foundation, things like that. So now we'll go more into shape of the land, which is actually getting closer towards the end of the argument. But if you refer to Exhibit T31 on page 79.
Page 79, okay?
Okay, so from that, you can see the outline of that parcel, which I'm not sure what color is outlined on yours, but it has a very steep angle and then is long and skinny. And it should be outlined.
I think it's in red.
I couldn't print color for mine because, like I said, printing is really expensive, so we went black and white on our personal copies. But as you can see from here, property, which is just a few parcels to the left, I believe, of the property under appeal, has the same shape, almost essentially. And if it wouldn't be too difficult if you could hold that page and also turn back to exhibit T18 on page 36, you can see the shapes are very, very similar. So that's T18 on page 36, T31 on page 79. And directly comparing the two. So this parcel, the read 3113 is mere parcels away.
Let me ask a question. You talking about the shape and your reference, your property, what's outlined in red doesn't have the house on it, that I can see. The piece next to it has the house. So this isn't your property that's outlined in red, is it?
I need to see. Let me try to pull up what
The
you're.
one that's next to the triangle, the right. Right triangle. Right triangle.
Yeah, no, that right triangle is not ours. Ours
Right,
is
the property next to it.
Yeah, it's not the property next to it. I'm saying
Okay.
it's mere parcels away from it. So our property is actually more towards the right of that. So I don't know if it's actually in the picture or maybe barely in the picture.
Okay.
But it's near parcel right. But you can see that the parcel.
I'd like to ask you a question.
All right, Mr. Guest has a question.
If you go to your exhibit T18, which is page 36, which you asked us to just reference,
You said page 36?
page 36, exhibit T18, I think that's what you asked us to reference a second ago.
Yes.
Okay. On this card is your property shown on exhibit T18.
Right.
Is your property the one with the house that's visible?
Yes. You see
Okay.
his house? Yeah.
All right, yours is the one with the house that's visible. Now, let's go back to exhibit T31.
Yeah, I do want to clarify though, in T18, it is the one outlined in yellow with our house
Your
on it.
property is outlined in yellow on T18. Okay?
Okay.
So it does not show the house. Okay? So but on T30,
Well, I think, let me say, I think on my copy, you can see a house faintly on what's outlined in yellow.
okay, I see it. Yeah, further down. All right, but now if we go back to T31,
Mm-hmm.
okay, your property would be in the top, say, right corner. So it's almost cut off on this property, or it is cut off.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
But you can see so from that exhibit T31, if you look at the land summary we've included, which it is hard to read, again, I apologize, but it does have an adjustment for 20% good, or 20% bad for the shape, so 80% good. And this property, if you look at it and you look at our property, they look nearly identical in shape. And furthermore, if you flip the page to the next one, you have outlined two parcels. One is very long and skinny, and one, there's a space in between them, and the next one is essentially one long rectangle. And I have the land summaries for both of those parcels. One objectively has a worse shape than ours, and one objectively has a better shape. one of those parcels has an adjustment for 15% good for the parcel, and one has an adjustment for shape for 25% good. I argue that ours is in the middle of those two, which is 20% good, which matches the one from the previous page of 20% good.
Is there a deduction, on your property that the county valued for shape?
No,
Okay, all right. And you're contending there should have been a 20% reduction in the land value for shape.
yes, sir.
Is that correct? And how much difference would that make?
That would make, let me see if I can get, well, from what they currently have it at, it'd be 0.2 times, 0.2 times 7,500 times 14.7 or 8. So that would be, I have a calculator. I can go through it, how much difference that would make. Let me see. Plus 0.27. That's 14.7 times 0.2. That 20% reduction for shape should take off around $22,000 from the land valuation, from what I just did. And I just added the 14.43 acres to the 0.27 acres, multiplied that with the 7,500 base price, and did that. But that again, if you take it into account with topography, which is also a percentage reduction, it give or take a little bit, but it should be a pretty substantial change.
All right, what's the next, substantial difference that you contend?
So this one is for, it's for topography, which I need to get my papers back in order. I have my copies. Just one moment for me to get this back in order, if that's okay.
All right. Did the county make any reduction for topography?
Yes, sir. So the county currently has it at the 14.43 acres of the property has a reduction of 15% for topography. We want that up to 25%. And so,
I'm sorry, can you repeat your percentage again, please, a little slower and clearer?
yes, the county currently has a reduction on 14.43 acres of 15% for topography.
That's 15% or 16%?
It's 15%.
Thank you.
And we want that to be 25% on that and the 0.27 acres also that's in the floodplain that they don't have it on. So just all the agriculture woodland, we want it to be a 25% for topography.
And that 0.27 acres you say is in a floodplain?
Yes, it has, I think it's 95% good is what they have it right now, and they don't have the topography assessment on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so topography.
Do you have a picture about the topography?
Yes, it is on page 37, which is exhibit T19. And this is the topography of this parcel. You can see that pretty much the flattest area of the parcel is what the house is on. I don't know if you can see it, but it's near the front of the property. You can see going back how, I mean, this is called Old Mountain Road for a reason. It's a mountain. And it's like big hills, big everything everywhere. You can see how it kind of peaks at points, and you can see from the numbers big changes, 750 to 775 to 800, and then on up to 850. You can see the big changes. So we have that, but we also have a couple of reference properties that you can just see. Granted, we will say for our reference properties, there's only so good you can do with a printed copy of it. Whenever I had to screenshot it from GIS, these other properties were extremely big. And so whenever I show you the kind of reference ones, it's going to make the lines look different than if you would have it to scale like this. This is 15 acres blown up on an entire page. You're going to see 30, 50 acres smaller. So it's going to look different. And that's going to be in Exhibit T32, which is on page 81 starting.
Page 81?
Yes. And just a few notes from this. That the first property you see on there, the 2690 Old Mountain Road, that's 32.25 acres. And everything but the primary side there does have an adjustment for topography. Like I said, it looks worse because it's a bigger property condensed into a very, very small space, so the lines appear more pronounced. But there's that for that one, and that's on the same road. It's the one with the really weird shape. I'm sure it's outlined in yours, but that's what that one is. And if you look at the second one, which is on page 82.
What was the topography reduction on that one, if any?
That one, it has two different reductions. So it has a 79% reduction on parts of it, and it has a 10% reduction on some other parts. So it changes based on different acreage for that one.
Okay.
And the next one, page 82, that's 3404 Fuller Mill Road. It has a 50% reduction in topography for 13 acres of that. And again, that one is a 50-some acre parcel. It's huge scope down, so the lines look extraordinarily close together, but it's because it's 50 acres, which is more than 3 times ours, and it's a smaller picture. I couldn't do much more with printing it. I wish I could. But so there's that one, and like I said, it has 50% reduction on 13 acres for that. And you could just see from ours, like obviously this land, the house was built on the part of the land that was the most flat. And you can't even get to the back parts of this land. I'm sure you can attest to that.
I can tell you, I haven't been on past these front 2 acre where the garage and house is since she was born 23 years ago. My feet have not touched any of those 14 acres back there, because it is just up. Now, you couldn't drive to it unless you put in culvert pipes to go through the creeks that cross it and then build dirt up. And then, I mean, even with the tractor, I had a red belly tractor, and you know, you couldn't get up through there. It's just, it's not a slope. These are hills that goes just up and down irregularly. It's mountain road, and it is as such. It is just rough terrain. I wished it was flat. If it was, I'd have more garages here because I'm a car lover.
Or even just a gentle slope, not
Right,
a bunch
exactly.
of
A
different.
slope you can deal with, but that irregular terrain's what's so bad.
And so,
All right, and that property is valued per acre, I think. What is the value of the property on that 14 acres? That's not the house site, right?
Right.
7,000.
That it's 7,500 for any adjustments, but like I said, a 15% reduction by the county has already happened on that. So I think their adjusted value per acre for that is $6,375 per acre after their topography adjustment.
All right.
And so there's topography. And the last thing before our appraisal or estimate is a brief argument for the primary site. So that is on page 85, exhibit T33. And that's page 85, exhibit T33. Here, you can see the land summary for 3404 Fuller Mill Road North. You can see the proximity of it to our property, which, so the 3404 Fuller Mill Road North is that big piece of property directly in the middle. And our property, it outlined it weird on the right. It's not all of that. It's the far right side of that outline, the right 4 lots. The 6795246,490 is over completely the top of our piece of that land. So we're comparing this to that. They're very, very close together. So you can see the proximity of it to the parcel under appeal at 2503 Old Mountain Road. Considering the proximity and the general desirability, which appraisers are required to take into account according to Randolph County Schedule of Values, and I have that exhibit that shows that in this evidence as well. The property under appeal more clearly matches that of the property at 3404 Fuller Mill Road North, more so than the properties at the other end of Old Mountain Road. So Old Mountain Road is a very long road. It's extraordinarily long. And one end, the end that gets you closer to I-85, the highway, Finch Farm Road, that end is objectively nicer. They have really nice brick houses and they have smaller parcels of land. They're built big houses, beautiful, on very, very small pieces of land. This end, the quality decreases as you go down the road, essentially. And I can't say if they're building down this way, things like that, but as it stands now, the quality is substantially different at this end of the road versus that end of the road. Yeah, when you cross the mobile home park, the value changes. And
How large is the home site you're talking about?
So the home site is valued at $30,000 right now. We just want it to be $27,500 to match that property because the desirability of the land is very different between the two. And so, yeah.
So that's $2,500. Is that the difference?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And so, yeah, that's the difference. And like I said, I have it in my exhibits. I won't make you guys turn to it because I know there's a lot of flipping back and forth, but you can trust me on it. It's exhibit T25 subsection H. And it essentially, through that entire paragraph, states the requirement for appraisers to take into account location, size, quality, design, age, condition, desirability, and usefulness of the land when making an appraisal. And so therefore the pricing of the land should be, or pricing a primary site should be equal for lands, equal condition, desirability. And especially ones that are extremely close together like that. And that's why we advocate to change the valuation to that.
All right, what's your next contention? Is that the last one I believe you said?
That was the last one. And then we have our taxpayer, it's coded as taxpayer appraisal, but we can easily change that to taxpayer estimate. And that's exhibit T34, page 86. It basically formalizes all of the changes we've added.
Page which?
Oh, it's page 86.
86, okay, thank you.
Exhibit T34.
All right, this is your analysis based on your contentions and what you presented to us in all these documents. Is that what this is?
Yes.
All right. I'll admit this into evidence, Ms. Scott, and it seems like this is just a compilation of her evidence that she's presented about her contentions. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Sink, and tell us what this shows.
Okay, so starting at A, it just formalizes the changes in the grade to E for the main body, wood deck, and unfinished basement. And that's the only changes that happened in A. And this carried through to the adjusted RCN. And so basically that adjusted RCN are those three values added together. Total built-ins of 3,250, that's what the county has too. That's not a change. It's just advocating, it's just that for the garage. The physical percent bad changes. And so this physical percent bad is based on depreciation of poor, which the county has already agreed to for depreciation. They did that at the very beginning of this hearing. And so that is that this percent bad. And this part B is actually not the one we're advocating for. This is if the effective year changes stays at 1983. And that's if that did not change. But if you look at C instead, that's the one I have you consider. And that is the depreciation of poor combined. Oh, the next page 87 for that. And that's the same poor depreciation that the county already agreed to. The only changes that happened in here were carried over from A for that total adjusted RCN, and the physical percent bad changed because the effective year changed. And that's using the depreciation chart that Randolph County included for dwellings, which have a 60-year depreciation in the schedule of values. So that percent should be 61% for a dwelling with poor depreciation and effective year in 1975. And so we basically did that, found the depreciated value of 40,505 for the dwelling and things of that nature. The total other functional percent bad was already noted by the county. This isn't a change from what they did. Basically, all we did was made the effective year 1975, had the poor in 1975 come together for that physical percent bad, and everything else is essentially what the county has already done for that on this section. So the only changes in this taxpayer appraisal up to this point are the changes of the grade of the dwelling, the wood deck, and the unfinished basement. This all part of the dwelling, all of that to grade E. The changes of effective year to 1975, and the change that the county already agreed to for poor depreciation. So that's all that this shows, is those three things and how that changes the total assessed value for the building. Now, if you've looked at the next.
Let me ask you this. If we did not find the effective year should be changed, which one of these figures would be accurate? Is it the 42,997.71?
Yes, so
Or is it?
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. If the effective year stayed 1983, it would be the value in B, that 42,997.71. But if, as we argued, the effective age was changed in 1975, it would be the 36,454.58.
Okay. All right.
And then the next page of that, so that's page 88, is subsection D. This has all of the improvements and the depreciations. So for D, we carried over the value from C. So that assessed value on the first line is if you take into account 1975 effective year. And so that is, take that into account. It's not listed there, but that's what that is. The mobile home site, we kept the grade at 100% C. The physical depreciation, percent bad fair, which I believe is the same. Year built 1974, 100% complete, and the assessed value is $2,640 for that, based on their depreciation tables and schedules of depreciation. I believe, off the top of my head, the mobile home sites have a 51-year depreciation, and that's the chart I used, but I did at the time go through it and make sure I used the correct one based on their schedule of values. The next line, the pole building frame, that has stayed the same completely, I believe. Let me make sure of that before. Yes, that stayed completely the same from what the county has said. No, the garage frame unfinished interior. So we changed the grade from a C to a D. The county agreed to fair depreciation and 1995 is the year built. So the only change there from what the county should be valuing that at is the grade from C to a D. And that's based on their latest valuations, not necessarily what they've included in their exhibits. The lean-tos, like we said, we changed the effective year to 1997 because that's when they were put there, not 2004. And we said fair depreciations for those because they've been there with the garage, you've been exposed to the same things, they have the same conditions. If the county argues against that, then we can take that as it comes, but that's what we have assumed for that. And so we added all that together, and the total assessed value for all listed improvements, including the dwelling, would therefore be $59,217.49. And so that's for all improvements in the buildings and everything for that. And so if you turn to the next page, page 89, you'll see our changes to the land valuations. And so as you can see on the first line, all that we've done is we've changed the primary site to 27.5 from 30,000. On the second, what we've done is we've added a 20% reduction for the shape, and we've changed the topography from 85% good to 75% good. And so the adjusted rate of that, instead of being their 6,000 and some figure, I need to find exactly, I don't know exactly what that is. I would look back. It would be 4,500 per acre. And then the third, we've just added to their 5% bad flood area for that 0.27 acres. We've also put the 80% and 75% good for shape and topography on that as well. And so the assessed value for the land, if you add all of that together, should be $93,589.25. If you add our land value and our assessed value of improvements together, you get that $152,806.74 number. Now, what an F was all of those things, all those comparable properties that I showed to you earlier, and some that I didn't even talk about. Just the ones that I have on there. I didn't get to go through all of them then, but they're all in evidence. Not necessarily, they're all there. I took the ratios of the amount it sold for, amount each of those properties sold for, divided that by the tax valuation at the time they were sold. So even if they were sold in November of 2018, use 2018's valuation for that. And I added all of those rates together and divided them by 10, which is the amount that I had, averaged them, it comes out to 53.31%. If you multiply that 53.31% by the county's original valuation of this property before any appeals were made, so what they initially said it was worth, that's $154,654.60. Our changes in valuation are extremely close to that final number.
All right.
It just goes to serve with it that that's not the reason we did all those other valuations. We're just showing that we did all these other valuations for what it should accurately be sold for and what the accurate condition of the house is, and showing that, you know, if we did all of that, that would make it equal to what the market value should be of things in this area versus what the county has appraised them for. And after that, the only other exhibits we have, which we'll bring up if need be, we have stuff about the general statutes, we have exchanges confirming site visits, we have exchanges confirming reductions in value, what I've done with my life, and additional material if the county happens to need it. So that's our case, and we hope that you've seen what we have attempted to show you today.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sinkin. Yeah, let's, just a minute. Let me see, Ms. Resting your case, Ms. Sink.
Well, I still want to closing argument and reserve the right to cross-examine and stuff, but this is the.
You'll have that, yes, but as far as your presentation, Beth,
Yeah,
let me ask
part of
you,
my presentation.
Ms. Scott, do you intend to make a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, let's hear the can you go on? All right, let's hear the motion and then we'll, wait a minute, Ms. Rice?
Do I cross-examine before I make my motion?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got carried away. Let's do this. Yeah, we do need to take a break and then we'll come back. Ms. Rice, you have something?
I was just gonna ask for a very quick break.
All right, it sounds like we need to take a break. We'll take a break and go off the record and, probably, let's see, timing is 11:45. We don't want to try to get anything yet, do we? Want to, we'll come back and, okay, yeah. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
And we're still.
We're still live.
But I have a question. I'm gonna bring it out. Gotcha. I ain't worried about that. I'm not really. We'll see how it goes. Oh, why not get to see that? Yes. I gotta see if I can figure out where to start. Oh.
Okay, I see Ms. Rice and I see Mrs. Scottum. By the way, Ms. Scottum, we did not mute you. We muted everybody else. So, we didn't want to take a chance on muting you.
That's fine. I don't know what happened, sir. I know that yesterday, when you couldn't hear us, it said on our screen that we had been muted by the host. And we couldn't unmute no matter what we did. I don't know what was happening this morning, though.
Yeah, well, and here it was showing that you weren't muted by us, so, I don't know what happened somewhere. The ghost was in the system someplace, I guess.
Yes, sir.
But,
It was a
Miss-
little stressful, though.
Ms. Sink is back. Is your dad back, Ms. Sink? There he is. I see him. Okay, we're good. All right, everybody ready to go back? And, Solemn, I'm sorry, I was about to cut you off of that cross-examine, which, obviously you need to do. You may proceed.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. You keep looking to your left. Are you looking at a screen there or what?
Yes,
What is
sir.
it?
I'm sorry. We had our IT people set this up on a computer, which is on a stand a couple of feet away from me, and I'm talking into a standalone microphone speaker, and you are projected on a big screen to my left.
So that's what you're looking at?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, that explains it. That's fine.
I know it's a little odd, but we had a lot of difficulty finding a place to actually do this. All of the county meeting rooms that allowed for social distancing, except this one, were taken. So we had some limitations.
Back in business maybe then.
Sir?
So, sound like you're getting back into more business this regular.
Well, we're trying to, but really what happens right now, and this may be more information than you need, is that the large meeting rooms, because of the need for social distancing, it's the only meeting rooms that are being used. So if we have a meeting with 4 people, we're in a large meeting room.
For information, let me ask you, we're going to have a revaluation this year, so, we were trying to figure out some of the counties that, we're not getting appeals in from because they haven't held the, Board of Equalization and Review hearings, but we're hearing they're starting to start back now. But y'all don't have any scheduled, I guess.
Ours are just starting back in the next, probably mid-August. That's our hope.
But those are not revaluation hearings, are they?
No, sir, they are not.
You're not in that year. Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Sink, I'm gonna start with the Lowrywood Circle property and your contention that the entire property be valued as residual land. And so my first question for you is it your testimony that this property cannot be used as a home site?
Not the testimony that it cannot possibly be used as a home site. Is my testimony that there are alternative sites that can also be used as a home site potentially that also have residual land coding.
Okay, you put 2 pieces of property into evidence, as evidence of other pieces of property that were given a residual land valuation. So I'm gonna refer to your exhibit T13.
Okay.
And that's on page 27. And I'm referring to item A, which was a 0 Donwood Drive, REID 5636. Did you look at an aerial photograph of this property?
Yes, actually, I have looked at historical photographs of that particular property. There has been a home on it in the past. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but did you look at it's historically, when there was a home on it in the past, I would presume that at that time it was not valued as residual land. But now, while it is valued as residual land, did you look at an aerial photograph of it as residual land?
Well, yes, ma'am, I have seen it. I didn't focus specifically on it, so I can't really recall many things to you. But yes, whenever I looked up in GIS to get things, you have to look at the aerial view to even click on it to get the property card, things such as that. But yes, it is of all the knowledge that I have is that it was coded residual property then, whenever it did have the home on it, and the home was on it 10 years ago. At least it could have been on it past the 10 years ago, like nearer to now than 10 years ago, because the historical photos were 2004, 2007, 2010. So it seems to be 3-year increments. So it could have disappeared anytime between 2010 and when the next one was taken.
May I attempt to show you an aerial photograph of this property? I'm not sure I can do it because I don't really know how to share a screen.
You don't have to get her permission.
Okay, let me
Wait a minute.
try.
Let's see, Ms. Scottum, I think we're gonna have to let you share the screen. Is that right, Ms. Bendette?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. She's gonna allow you.
Okay,
do that.
let me try. I'm gonna have to step away from my mic, my camera for a moment.
Okay.
But this wasn't entered into evidence that the county had. So,
Well, aerial photo, I'll admit it, if it's an aerial photo of what you've been talking about.
Sir, it was not entered into evidence because we did not have Ms. Sink's exhibits when we entered our evidence. This is rebuttal evidence to her testimony.
Okay.
Yep. If that's the case, I can show the 3 pictures I have.
Okay, this is the photograph, the aerial photograph that shows the parcel that is referenced on T13A. It's Read 5636. And Ms. Sink, can you see that that property has structures that encroach upon the property from the property in front of it?
I see shadows. I can't tell from this photo that no, ma'am, is too small.
If you can see on the right, the structure on the right, you can see an edge of that encroaching onto that back property. Can you not?
This too small. If
Just a minute. Hold on. We've got a technical question. Ms. Bendette?
Ms. Scotton, can you possibly make the page that you're referring to full view so that it's easier to see?
Maybe.
Like the full screen? Click that little square in your top right.
Okay.
And just scroll down a little bit if you can.
All right. That's better, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Bendette.
Okay. And
Okay.
so can you now see that building encroaches upon that other property very slightly?
I can see the shadow of it. Like potentially one small faint line of silver, but I see the shadow. I'm sorry, ma'am.
And looking at the two lots, the lot in the front and the lot in the back together, doesn't it appear that the lot in the back is an extension of the lot in the front and therefore the backyard of the lot in the front?
Ma'am, I can't for sure say that. All I can say is I can see this picture and I can see the photo that I had historically of that lot having a structure on it from at least 2004 to 2010. I can't say I can't even say of the same people on it. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, and I'm also going to refer you to your second item B, and I have a photo of that as well. Oh, yeah, that don't work.
Ma'am, if I can ask, what was the point that you were trying to prove with that picture?
That those two lots are owned by the same owner and that the lot in the back is residual to the lot in the front. It is an extension of it as a front yard.
Yes, okay. Well, if that's the case, we own the piece of property right beside the property under appeal. So could that be considered an extension of the property at 6099 Larrywood Circle? Because we also own that property.
I was aware that you also owned that property, and I did have some questions about that. To begin with, the subject property itself, has it had a home on it in the past?
Yes, ma'am. It had a home on it. The last time a structure was on that lot was around 13 years ago.
Okay, here's my next question. The property next door that you just referenced, is there a home on it right now?
I mean, yes, ma'am. I don't see how, but yes, it does have a home on it.
Is that home occupied?
Yes.
Is that then a rental property for you, or?
What does that have to do?
What does that have to do with this line of questioning?
Ms. Zink, she's entitled to ask the questions. And, so let her ask the questions. And you can answer.
Yes, ma'am. It could be used as a rental property. There are people living in it now. Unfortunately, you don't always get your rent from people, so.
But it is a rental property right now. My question is then to you, if you're contending that the subject property is a residual property to that property, does the rental agreement give those tenants rights to the subject property?
It does. They mow it and everything. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any proof that it gives them rights to that property? Do you have a copy of the rental agreement?
We have a lease, ma'am. We obviously don't have it in front of us, but we could go and research and try to find it. But yes, ma'am, it is the agreement.
It even states that they keep it all mowed.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
All picked up.
Everything.
It's in the lease.
Okay. As to your second parcel.
Ma'am?
I'm getting to it. I kind of scrolled down, and it might take a minute. Okay, so this is the second parcel that you presented as evidence. You questioned the residual value delineation.
Correct.
Do you see, and it's really hard to see in the photograph, but do you see the line that runs from the top left-hand corner virtually through the middle of the property?
I see a shadow. It looks like of a tree. And like, it looks like a shadow of a tree, like a black shadowy line. That's what I see. Is that what you're referring to?
Do you have any proof that this is a buildable lot? When you contend that we erred in putting residual value on this property?
Yes, ma'am. You look at your own notes on the property card. It notes that it's a buildable site. Yes, ma'am.
My understanding is the notes say that it is not a buildable site, that there are two lines there. You have to look at the line above it to see the word not.
Ma'am, the notes on the property at the time that I prepared this case, I remember distinctly referring to it, and it was noted as a visible site.
Buildable site, yeah.
I don't know if something has changed since that point, because as we've said before, other property cards have changed since we've submitted these exhibits. But this is noted. I don't know if I included that. I obviously should have, but it was noted as a buildable site then.
And I'll testify to it also.
Yeah.
Absolutely buildable
We
site.
pull that property card. Okay.
Like I said, I don't know what it says now, but as of when I prepared this for you guys, it said buildable site. I don't know if things.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the insinuation that the county is changing evidence.
All right, well, let's just get the card and you can show it and you can testify as whether or not there's been any changes to it or not. Or your witness can, I assume that would be your best evidence.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, just give me a moment.
Other one changed.
On page 30, I want
Is this page 30 of our evidence, ma'am?
yes, ma'am, page 30 of your evidence.
Okay.
On page 30 of your evidence, you pointed at the differences between parcels D and parcels E as some sort of evidence of arbitrariness. Do you have any knowledge of whether these two parcels would be in the same pricing market area neighborhood when valued?
I mean, do I have knowledge of what your definitions of market area neighborhood for these two properties are? No, I do not, but I'm looking at them touching each other.
They do touch each other. I see that. Do they front on the same road?
The physical address is not the same road, but as you can see from the pieces of property, they both do have road front, but there's a slight like little triangular piece of property that prevents this from having road front access on Highway 62 like the other one. But I mean, they're touching each other and they're both, that one's extremely close to the road front of Highway 62 and they're both touching each other. And even if they were different market areas, like they're touching each other and it's a $2.10 square foot difference between.
Are they in the same subdivision?
Ma'am, I cannot attest to that. I don't know.
So you can't give any opinion as to the value of one subdivision over the other, the value of being in a subdivision versus not being in a particular subdivision. You simply looked at whether they were touching each other.
Ma'am, and I even said this earlier in the testimony, I do understand if that is a subdivision having a slightly higher valuation because it isn't a subdivision. I get that. Like, I get the fact that if it's in a nicer subdivision, it should have a higher value. I completely understand that's how you guys value things. However, two pieces of property that are directly touching each other, how can the value of that subdivision versus that be so dramatically different? If there are literally like a substantial portion of that property's line falls on the other property's line. It's like there, I get that having a subdivision could make it higher, but that much higher seems very arbitrary to me because the land is the land. I mean, how is 1 foot over on this line versus 1 foot over on that line that incredibly different for the quality of that land?
All right, let me ask a question. You still have up your photograph there. You've moved on from that one.
Yes, sir. I can remove that. I mean, I guess I can. I can try to. But I'm about to need to reference others. So can I retain the ability to share the screen?
Sure.
Okay. I want to move now to the comparables that the taxpayer provided with regards to the other piece of property, the property with the house, the old Mountain Road property.
Um,
All right.
And that's Exhibit T28 on page 67.
Page 67.
Yes, they begin on page 67 and they go on through. Okay. My first question is, when you were looking for comparable sales, how did you decide what was a qualified sale versus a sale you would not consider?
Yes, ma'am. So I completely understand that qualified means at the hands of a willing buyer and seller. And from my research, what I found is that I've seen nothing that would prohibit these from being qualified sales under your definition. I've seen nothing. Like
Didn't see any
I
trustee
didn't
deeds,
see any trustee deeds personally. I
anything
didn't.
like that.
I made an effort to try to see things. Unfortunately, a lot of times things can't be that easy to access, but my effort was to try to get everything qualified per your definition, per no foreclosures. I have tried my best. This is my effort at doing that. I know that that's what a qualified sell is to you guys, and I try my best to have it at that point. And so I've also picked these cells and said they're qualified because, in addition to all of that, they're in the areas immediately around Old Mountain Road, and they meet the appraiser's requirement of needing to take into account location and desirability of land, versus some of the properties that the county has put forward that are very far away and maybe not zoned nearly the same or not the same desirability. So that's how I found them.
Okay, so would you consider land that was never listed publicly as a qualified sale?
It's between two buyers.
If it's between two buyers and, well, I realize that it's market value, from what I understand it, is what it would be between a buyer and seller after a reasonable period of time on the market. And the thing is, from what I understand, if something did happen to take place between a buyer and seller and it wasn't listed publicly, if they had something where people could come and purchase it, the information I have on these is not that happened. I can't say that for 100% certain, but I couldn't find that information publicly. I worked with what I could find. And I have the general statutes that say what the general value of market value is and how it should be taken into account for appraisals. So,
But you just now stated property being offered on the market. You stated that.
the
So
market,
to get a market value, would you not contend that the property had to be marketed in some manner
Does that mean it has to be advertised?
on the open market in some manner?
Open market.
so on the open market, do you mean
Sure.
put on by a real estate appraiser? Like, what do you mean by the open market specifically?
Well, I'm asking you if you made any attempt to determine whether these were good sales and what that attempt was.
But to answer your question about the open market, I need to know what your definition of the open market is.
So let's move on to her next question, Ms. Sink, was what efforts you made to determine the validity of these sales?
Yes. So I tried to look up the property owners in the past, some of the deeds, trying to use essentially every single outlet that I could to make sure these were qualified. I really did. I tried, and he can tell you, I went through every one and like see what you can find to make sure
Did they label?
Like,
They label
that I did. I looked through the deeds, property owners, tried to, anything that was like taken into custody by or taken in by a bank or something I didn't include. I mean, as far as like my memory serves me well, I took every effort that I could possibly think of to try after looking up.
Let's do this to see if we can move things along. Ms. Scott, do you have individual examples of those comparables that you want to ask her about that you think might have been a qualified sale?
I do. I have several. Let me pull up. I'm going to go directly to D, which is the same. This is the property that is located directly beside the subject property. Or no, located directly beside one of our comparables. And I want to refer to the deed that is for the sale that Ms. Sink has referenced. And I can pull that up and share that with you before I ask questions, if that's all right.
All right, tell us which property that is and which
That
page.
is on page 70, item D.
70, okay. Thank you. Hopewell Church Road.
Hopewell Church Road.
Okay. So you can see, I would refer you to the deed that's on the screen. Let me make that a full screen so it's easier to see. Sorry.
Yeah, if you can even eliminate the photograph behind it, it might help.
Well,
Maybe this will do that. Yeah, that did it. Okay, thank you.
okay. I'm gonna turn this so that I can speak while I maneuver this computer, okay?
Okay.
So if you look at this deed, Ms. Sink, I would refer you to your submission in the middle of the page where it has the deed book and page, and it states deed book 2670, page 803. Do you see that?
Which one is it on again? I'm sorry.
It's on page 70, item D.
Okay. Is this in the parcel summary? Like, where are you seeing the deed book and page?
It's under transfer information, under parcel information, in the middle under transfer information.
Yes, ma'am.
Deed book and page for the sale that you are referencing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you see the deed book and page above it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can see that this is the same deed. And note, the grantor and the grantee. You see that the grantor is All Square Enterprises, LLC, and the grantee is John A. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you look at the signatures here, All Square Enterprises, who is the president of All Square Enterprises?
John A. Is that Rosenbaum? I can't, but it's John A. Rosen something.
Correct. It's John A. Rosenbaum. So this appears to be a sale from a company owned by John A. Rosenbaum to John A. Rosenbaum. It is a sale from one person to himself, essentially. Would you consider that a good sale, a good indication of market value?
I would say,
You'd have to know all the circumstances around.
yeah, I'm unaware of the circumstances surrounding the sale. I don't know if he very well could have tried to sell it and didn't. I have no clue what things around the sale was. I will say, like, before now, I was not aware that John A. Rosenbaum was the president of All Square Enterprise. Unfortunately, I just looked at the grantor and the grantee on the deed. I saw All Square Enterprise. I assumed All Square Enterprise is not a bank, it's a company. And so my interpretation of that was this was from a company to a grantee. I had no way of actually knowing whether or not these things are advertised. Like, Open market, again, this goes back to my question, which was, how do you define open market? Does it have to be through a real estate company that has an MLS sheet, or does not?
But Ms. Singh, you had the same way of knowing that I had. This deed is available online. You stated just now that you looked at it and saw that it was from All Square to John Rosenbaum. All you had to do was look at the signature. Isn't that correct?
Qualified sales when they record things?
Yes, ma'am. This is actually an accurate question because I know other counties that do this. On your cards, do you mark qualified and unqualified sales on your property cards, as some other counties do, where it's public knowledge which ones are qualified and unqualified?
Okay, I'm not the appraiser and I'm not testifying right now. But
my argument against this also would be,
I'm not the appraiser and I'm not testifying.
I know.
Ms. Sink, you're being examined by Ms. Scott. You'll have a chance to cross-examine the county witnesses. Let me point out on this one that the record shows that there was excise tax up at the top left. There was no taxable consideration. So that is some kind of indication also as to whether or not it's qualified sale or not. All right. I think you made your point on this one, Ms. Scott. Why don't you go to the next one if you think there's.
Okay, yes, sir. I'm gonna move to both E and F. E and F are the same deed, and I'm gonna move to that one.
Or if it's the same deed.
Let's see. Okay. Back the whole screen. Here's this one. I'm trying to make this the whole screen, but I'm having difficulty making this one the whole screen because the directions for this WebEx are covering up that portion, and I can't seem to move it below that. So,
All right, we can probably see it.
Oh, maybe. Well, I'm going to refer to this deed. If you notice, for E and F, they both reference the same deed book and page, 2628, page 91, book 2628, page 91. And you can see at the top of this document that it is in book 2628, page 91. So you can see that that is the same deed. Can you see what kind of deed this is, Ms. Sink?
Frankly, I can't see the deed. I'm sorry. I have a tiny little computer screen, and that's a very small portion of it. I have a magnifying glass here, but
I can't make it bigger. I'm sorry.
Do you have any suggestion as to how she can get that to make a full screen? She indicates that our WebEx information is covering up where, wait a minute, you're getting your mouse, looks like you're getting it there now.
I couldn't get it.
All right.
There you go. Now,
All right, there you go. There you go. Thank you.
Can you see what kind of deed this is?
Yes, it says executors and beneficiary deed.
Correct. So do you see who this deed is made by and between?
Patsy Be Sure to
No, it's a number of grantors. Do you see that the list of grantors is Patsy Shore as executor, her husband Richard Shore, Susan Gallimore, Michael Gallimore, Jimmy Lee Bodenheimer and his wife Donna Bodenheimer, Tony Ray Bodenheimer and his wife Catherine Nance Bodenheimer as the grantors, and the grantees are Richard Allen Bodenheimer and his wife Catherine Adams Bodenheimer. Do you see that?
Okay. Yeah, I do know.
Okay, and would you contend that a sale, an executor's sale between family would be good evidence of market value?
Upon further inspection, I don't know, I did not know that this was an executor's deed. So upon this, I agree to throw that one out, and I apologize for its inclusion to the court and to the commission.
Okay, I'm gonna move on now to H and I, which are also on the same deed.
Same.
Let me get out of this one. Or are they the same?
Market value. I need page 8. Which two ones are you referring to?
H and I, they're on page 74 and 75.
Okay.
Okay, and Ms. Sink, are you familiar with the difference between a general warranty deed and a quitclaim deed?
Slightly, but not extremely familiar, if you wouldn't mind explaining, so I can make sure I've got it.
Essentially, a general warranty deed gives certain promises from the buyer to the seller regarding the property. If I were selling property via a general warranty deed, I am stating within that I am warranting that I do in fact own the property, and that if there are challenges, I will defend the fact that I owned this property. A quitclaim deed makes no such promises. In fact, a claim deed essentially says, if I have any ownership value in this property, that is what I am conveying to you, and I make no promises. So would you contend that a quitclaim deed is evidence of good market value?
Now, what is this deed on?
This is on these two Miller properties. We asked for just a moment, if that's okay, before we answer your question.
Fine.
Yeah. And let me point out that the record shows there was no taxable consideration for this one as well.
Can you see?
Yeah, you can see $0. So
Where's the book page?
the book.
It's at the top, should be. That's the current deed. It says something about 2017. Is that what you got there? It being sold 2017.
Sold. Maybe the deed was a different day.
It says January 2017. I can see that 20th day of January 2017. So what
Do
date
you
got?
do you mind going to the top of that so I can see the deed book and page number before I answer that?
Certainly.
Thank you.
If it's H&I, it's got here 2015.
I want to make sure
So that's not what we got.
it was recorded in 2017.
Oh.
Okay. Well, considering that it has $0 in excise taxes, upon further.
What? Yeah. That's tax. That's the money between buyer and seller. This that go if there's a loan on it. I'm not sure about that. I remember reading something one time. It's the actual money transferred. I don't know that. I'm not a lawyer.
Let me see if I can move things along. Ms. Sink, are you willing to withdraw and admit that this is not a valid comparable sale on this one?
We got plenty. So.
We have plenty. I can say, we can just,
for doing that.
yeah, we apologize if this
intentional.
isn't, like, this wasn't us trying to do something. If it needs to be withdrawn, if there's an issue with those two properties, unless I can make a case for it later, for now at least, we can withdraw them, if that would make things better.
Okay.
Okay.
Adam?
All right, let me move back. And I believe that you can cease sharing screens with me for now, if that's all right.
All right, Ms. Bendette, you can cut off her screen sharing
Oh,
at this
cease.
time.
Oh,
Cease.
I thought you said C, not cease.
Oh, no, sorry. Let me see where I was though. There are so many exhibits here. I want to make sure that I cover what I want to cover.
Sorry, there's I know.
Ms. Sink,
Mhm.
you stated earlier that you offered for us to come to the site and visit it, but not inside the house. Is that correct?
That's true.
Isn't it true, though, that you had an arrangement with Mr. Putro with DOR for him to visit the site in March?
That's true. And he also said he was contacting the county for that as well.
Right, but then did Mr. Putro, did he cancel that visit? Okay. Subsequent to that cancellation, didn't I offer to have our appraisers visit that site?
Yes, you did offer, and our response was initially before much talk between me and my father was if you came with Mr. Putro in attendance as per the previous agreement and not coming in the house, we would be more than happy to have you. But unfortunately, Mr. Putro was not able to attend, and then everything kept on going. And then you still asked, you said we could still come, but at that point, it was so close to this. And also, I would like to note that coronavirus is caused situations where even members of the commission have to sit that far apart, things such as that. And at that point, after you had done this for so long and gotten together all of this stuff, and frankly, meetings with the county that valued it incorrectly, in our opinion, in the first place, without somebody from the state there also, as agreed previously, we felt was not acceptable.
Plus, they'd already been here.
Plus people had already been here and taken pictures, which were put on the Board of Equalization and Review's first appeal meeting where they first read out evidence, the very first thing after we appealed. There were newer pictures of the home, and I think those might be the ones included by the county here, that people came on the property anyway. It took, and we have a no trespassing sign to start with, and no one told us they were coming for that either. So
Look, I would like to state that all of the photos taken by the county were taken from the road via Zoom lens. We were not afforded an opportunity to visit that property. Ms. Sink, didn't I ask you, could we visit with masks and social distancing and staying outside, and you denied us access? Is that correct?
Ma'am, we denied you access outside after having multiple back and forth conversations and the original agreement being canceled on at the last minute. And the day before at 1:17 p.m., I think exactly, when the site visit was supposed to take place the next day at 10:30 a.m. And there was no offer from the county to still come out at that date and time, even though Mr. Putro could not make it. And in the email where the cancellation happened, there was no opportunity for rescheduling at that time. So we were essentially.
Well, let me interrupt there and let's move on. We understand the contentions of both sides on this issue.
But can I address something really quick that she asked about, referenced about the house pictures being taken from the road? Am I allowed to address that very quickly?
Well, you can explain your answer.
Yes, so if you look at the pictures that were taken, they couldn't possibly be taken from the road because there were so many trees and a big long driveway, and it has a very, very clear picture of the metal building in the front of the thing, and the mobile home would be in front of it. So it's nearly, I don't see how that could have happened from the road with a zoomed lens and still get that accurate of a picture of this metal building without any image of trees.
Let's not delay, let's not get into all that. It's not that relevant to what we're trying to do here today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to Ms. Sink's arguments about the shape of the property. And I'm going to refer to her exhibit T31 and her exhibit T18.
Mm-hmm.
You give us the pages on those, please?
There's 38, page 79.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Okay, Ms. Sink, when you looked at this and you made these comparisons regarding shape, did you take into account road frontage?
Well, yes, well, ma'am, from what I understand, that's an issue with access easement. Shape is more of an issue with the shape of the physical property. That's my understanding, but if you even look at road frontage, the road frontages of two of them are the same and the third one doesn't, but the shape of the property takes into account the shape of the property from my consideration, and access easement takes into account access onto the property from the road.
Okay. And that's from your experience in appraisal.
From my experience reading the schedule of values and looking at different properties, yes, ma'am.
Okay, with regards to your topography contentions, what education do you have in applying topography standards?
I have Google and I have my personal eyes looking at it and someone who has drawn topographical maps beside of me. I used for assistance as well.
I've shot grades.
Yeah, he shot grades, drawn topographical maps in the past.
For the Holly Hill Apartment at St. Thomas.
And what experience do you have in applying topographical adjustments to real property? For value, for establishing value. What education do you have in doing that?
Me personally or Mr. Sink?
Whoever provided this, whoever came up with these numbers.
So my experience providing it is in front of you. That's instead of my experience because
apples, oranges,
yeah.
Oranges, just
I mean, you can look at things.
Can't hear, Ms. Sink, your dad, we're not gonna be able to get him on the record. If he has something he needs to say, you need to turn around and get that information from him and then repeat it. You're going over each other right now, and otherwise you're gonna have to call him as a witness.
Okay, yes, sir. So have I been employed as an appraiser, I think is essentially what your question is, and have I done this work as an official appraiser? Well, the answer is no, because I mean, I'm 23 years old, I've just graduated my degrees and I'm going to law school. So no, I haven't done that. But, you know, I think the important thing about it is that if you get to a point where, you know, you say that if you don't have anything, you can't possibly say something against it, you can't advocate for a certain value, then what's the point of even allowing people to appeal something? Because if you're saying we're the experts and only our opinion matters, then why even have appeals?
Did you research whether or not these topography areas were the topography examples you gave were in the same market area that the county used to value your property?
Considering that the primary site valuation is different for our thing, I don't know if you consider that the same market area or not. But Fuller Mill Road, you can see that is very close to our property. It's extraordinarily close to it. So it's not one end versus the other end of Old Mountain Road. It's not an Old Mountain Road, but they're in the same general area.
Did you research whether or not the market area for your property, the entire market area, whether it had any sort of topography land rate reflected in it? A topography adjustment reflected in the land rates for your market area. Did you research that?
No, ma'am, I was unaware of where I could find that information, so I did not.
Okay. All right. I don't think I have any further questions right now.
All right. Mrs. Sink, do you have any other, redirect evidence you want to put on, or from you, or I assume you said you didn't have any more witnesses?
Yes, so I would like to, I don't necessarily know how I can do it, but the read 5, 6 to something, the first one she argued for residual property, I actually have the images from 3 years of where there were structures on that property. I don't know how to necessarily get it up because screen sharing on my computer is not the best, but
Is that really relevant to what we're dealing with? I don't think that's relevant to get into, so why don't you see what else there is you might want to present?
Yes, I will move on, but I will say, since the county did pull up direct images, if it does happen to become relevant at some point in this case, please note that I do have those pictures and I would be more than happy to show them.
Okay.
So I
Let
would
the
say,
record show that you offered them into evidence and I ruled them at this time inadmissible, so they're preserved.
and I would say, for Miss Scott, and if she could repeat which letters of my comparables for Old Mountain Road that she deemed that we deemed inadmissible, or if somebody has that, the ones that were withdrawn, so I can present to you the other ones that I didn't get a chance to talk about before.
Already been presented.
No, I didn't present all of them for the sake of time, ma'am. So whichever ones were withdrawn, I believe it was H and I know for sure.
D.
And D. Is that?
E, H, and I, okay?
I think it was more than that.
What? I remember
think so,
three.
but I've got to find them.
Okay. I remember three.
In the meantime, while she's finding them,
In all fairness, I didn't write down which ones you withdrew. D, I believe. I thought E and F as well, but maybe not. I had E and F, D, E and F, and H.
I will present
Well, why don't you, do you have the deed for E and F? I think we agreed H and I and D. Let's go back and look at, the page on E and F. And did you pull up that deed? So we'll make sure it's kind of relevant, which ones, have been withdrawn.
And then after, I'll just talk about the percentages of the few other pieces of property, just so you have an idea of percentages. I won't make it too long. So
Okay.
E and F was the, sorry, you can see it on the screen now. It was the executors and beneficiary deed.
Which one was that?
E and F. Oh,
D and F?
Were H and I the quit claim then?
Yes, ma'am. H and I were the quit claim.
Okay.
Wait just a minute. We've got a technical question I'm trying to find out. Yes. I don't think we need to right now. All right. So am I correct? It was D and E and F and H and I? Was that the ones?
Yes, sir.
I didn't agree to withdraw D. It's kind of up in the air at this point, but I agree to withdraw E and F and H and I, definitely.
Okay.
But D is kind of up in the air for me.
D was the one from the corporation to the president of the company, I believe. So
Yes,
right.
sir.
With no excise tax.
with no excise tax.
Correct.
So,
All right. So why don't you talk about the others briefly for your rebuttal evidence?
okay.
Ms. Lane.
So again, the ones that are without question comparables from that the county has not had a problem with are A, B, C, G, and J. And so for A, it sold for 52.33% of its current valuation. B sold for 67.26% of its valuation at the time of sale. C sold for 40.67% of its valuation at the time of sale. G sold for 64.28% of its valuation at the time of sale. And J sold for 49.72% of its valuation at the time of sale.
Sir, I would like to note for the record that the county does still have objections to these, and that objection was raised, or at least I raised the point when I asked Ms. Sink about properties being placed on the open market, as none of these properties were listed on MLS.
Okay, yeah, I understand that.
But those percentages, they're the percentages of what these properties sold for versus the valuation. And it's the percentage, it's the valuations of what a homeowner could reasonably, it's supposed to be what the homeowner could reasonably expect to get. And, you know, I don't have MLS sheets for these in front of me. I will say that, but everything, all of my research that I've done, to me, it showed that those were comparable sales. I'm not a realtor. I don't have access to everything in a like listserv that they have between each other, but these are all sales that happen in the same area as the property I have under appeal. And so I would take it for the commission, I would like for the commission to note that these percentages are incredibly low for valuation, and that's even if somebody sold it without being on a full market. Like, and I don't think that's the case, but if it is, but these all are extraordinarily low. And I would like to make that known to the commission. And all of what I had available to research, I try my best to research and understand. I've presented it here to you today.
All right, we've got that noted, and of course, the county will have a chance to further go into those comps when they present their evidence if we get to that place. All right, you have anything else, Mrs. Sink?
I guess I would suggest that, let me see. If we get to that point with the county, their methods of evaluation, you will see issues with their comparables and their methods of evaluation, and I would appreciate the opportunity to point those out. Also, I would say that I fully believe that we've shown arbitrariness in the county's valuation system, even despite the withdrawal of a few of our comparable sales. For that, you still have many others. And I believe the county can't meet their burden of proof that their valuations are correct. And I would, like I said, appreciate the opportunity to further prove that. And I believe that I've proved the arbitrariness of their valuation systems.
They're mostly
And
at the land.
they're mostly, their arguments are about the land itself. And so I, like I said, would appreciate the opportunity to go further into that.
Well, if we get to that point, you'll have that opportunity based on what evidence they present or what you'd like to then later maybe have a chance to present. All right, so you will consider all your exhibits admitted into evidence, and then you're resting your case, and it would be up to the county. And Scott, you indicated you want to make a motion.
I would like to, yes. I would like to make a motion at this point to dismiss this case because the taxpayer has not met her burden of production. The county's valuation is presumed correct, and the taxpayer has not submitted evidence sufficient to overcome this presumption. The county's revaluation is a mass appraisal completed over a great amount of time by certified appraisers who have the education and experience to determine the value. The taxpayer has no such expertise. She's not a certified appraiser. She hasn't taken appraisal classes despite what she put on her. She looked at PowerPoint presentations, PowerPoint slides online. She has submitted appraisal. You can call it an opinion, you can call it whatever, but it looks like an appraisal. She used appraisal methods that she did not have the expertise to do. And under North Carolina law, it's a violation of the law for her to perform an appraisal. Her own testimony underscores the need for the presumption that the county's valuations are correct. She has taken sales as comparable sales that are not qualified sales. The evidence she presented in support of her contention that the county used arbitrary or illegal methodology shown to be sales that would be disqualified by anyone with the education required to appraise property properly. And in fact, she's made adjustments to the property with no formal education or training in how to make those adjustments. She has not shown the county's valuation methods to be arbitrary, and she has presented no competent evidence as to the actual value of her property. And for that reason, she did not employ an appraiser, nor did she submit any expert evidence of the value of these properties. So for these reasons, I would ask that this case be dismissed.
Okay, Ms. Sink, you have an opportunity to respond to her motion.
I would respond to that by saying she referenced that I have not provided any competent analysis appraisal of this property. And I would argue that I looked for the valuation of this home and things of that nature. I directly took this from the Randolph County 2019 schedule of values for this home, which clearly states what to do. It almost reads like a handbook for how to do appraisals. So if the same information that's available to these individuals for how to appraise things for this particular year, I've taken those very things, I've put them into this evidence, and I've shown how it should be applied to this property, the dwelling, the improvements on it, and things of that nature. So I'd argue I have, in fact, presented evidence for that. And I think that, that essentially reads like a script for the taxpayer hasn't met their burden of proof. I've heard the same things yesterday. It's almost like it's the same exact paragraph everyone reads. But what I'm trying to show is I agreed to withdraw a few of my exhibits, a few of my properties in that exhibit. But what I'm showing is that the valuation of this property is not correct because you have the pictures, you have the proof, and it goes from the fact that this property was valued by the tax department as $289,020 literally January 1st, and then they've been consistently lowering it as they find out more information. And if they were that qualified of appraisers to start with, wouldn't they have met that on the first valuation, the first time they looked at it? So I'm also going through and doing this. I'm not saying that these people cannot appraise property. I'm just saying that, with a big system like this, it's a big job that they have of appraising every single piece of property in a county. That's a big job. And I get that they have overarching structures on how to do it. It's just sometimes that doesn't meet the expectations. And the people who know the most about this piece of property are the people who live on it or visit it regularly, which is the taxpayer and myself. We know this property better than the tax department. And that's objective. And I would hope they would agree to that. We know what this property is like more because we live here. And whenever you do a blanket evaluation of the whole thing, sometimes it's not right. And if it's not right, I think there's a duty to change it to where it is. And so I would argue that we have shown that these things our property isn't being properly valued based on their very schedules that they themselves put out. And that in itself shows the arbitrariness of it. In addition to all of these things from things around the market, their inclusion of pieces of property that aren't even anywhere close to it. It's multiple subdivisions away, things such as that nature. It's a long way away, and some things are not in the same subdivision. So I would argue that yes, we have.
I would object. I object.
Yes, Ms. Collins.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Ms. Sink. She has an objection.
I object to her making any remarks regarding how we, like what our exhibits show, because we haven't testified as to those exhibits.
Well, I think they were in the exhibits that were submitted by the county, and she's pointing out that in her opinion, they were not near the property and not comparable from that way. So we'll get into those more later if we get to that point. So go ahead, Ms. Singh.
Yes, I completely agree. Like, I hope we do get the chance to get into it later because that further proves arbitrariness. And the fact that this motion to dismiss takes place before I have the chance to show how many things are arbitrary in the county's valuations of this thing by showing their exhibits and showing even how they compare things once they do have an appeal and trying to do that, that lessens my ability to show arbitrariness to start with. So it's almost like making a judgment that I haven't shown arbitrariness before I have a chance to show all of the arbitrariness isn't, in my opinion, isn't complete. So I would argue that I have shown arbitrariness. I have even more of it to show. And I would hope that the commission would grant me the chance to show that more so in the second half of this hearing.
All right. So we have the motion, we have your response. The commissioners want to recess and go off the record to vote on this, or are you prepared to vote on a motion in open session? All right. Mr. Guest, you have a motion? We have a motion and a second to deny the county's motion. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. And so the motion is denied, and we're going into the county's presentation. Yeah, we're going to go quick bite. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. It's 1 o'clock, and we're going to get a quick bite, and it may be unfortunately another pack of crackers and something like it was yesterday, but we need to move on with this. So 1:30. That gives us about 25, 30 minutes. If everyone can try to get something that'll get them by until we can finish the case. Ms. Scottum, how many witnesses do you have?
Potentially 2.
Okay. All right. So when we get back, we'll get into those witnesses, and then we'll see where we are. Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, we're going offline. Thank you.
Okay. So you're going to testify, right? Right. Are you testifying? Do you want to testify to anything? Well, what do you think?
Kathy, you might not know for, but she's going to hammer. She's going to hammer that it might take. She's going to get into stuff.
Well, do I need to call?
Are we still live?
Well, they've gone off.
Well, my question is.
All right. It's green, I think. Okay, we're back in session. We took a little longer than we thought. Let's see, Ms. Scottum, are you back with us? I don't see her. Ms. Rice, we see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Ms. Sink?
Yes, we're here.
We're here.
Okay. Ms. Scottum, when you hear this, when you're online, let us know. We're not seeing or hearing anything from you. Thank you so much. You've always been very helpful. All right, it looks like maybe she's coming up. No? All right. Don't forget to sign y'all's travel information. I'm trying to do mine while I'm here. Alexander, are you going to take these today? Our travel? Okay. I think I've signed mine. I put my hotel and my parking receipts in here. And I've signed them, so I'll just leave them right there.
A couple other things if you're interested.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Okay. All right, we'll stand at ease. You just want to mute, can you mute everybody without, Mr. Ms. Sink, I'm not sure you heard me, and Cynthia, they've got some technical issues they're trying to resolve at Randolph County. So we're going to be at ease until they can get back online. And we'll just mute everybody, but as soon as they get back online, we'll go live again. Can you get that okay? Okay.
Yeah, we don't have, we have, no. And we have, they can.
Let me let you, one of our IT guys, oh, you hear me?
Excuse me, Ms. Scott, and we can actually hear you now. We just can't see you.
Okay, good. I'm on the phone with one of your guys who's trying to help me, so.
If you can't get the video, we can continue with the audio. We did that yesterday, on some of those cases because for some reason it was, seemed to be having
We
kicked
might
off.
have the video now. Yeah.
Have the video now. We can see you and
All right,
hear
there you are.
It's fine.
So, you need a minute, Ms. Scott,
I'm
to recover?
I'm just finding this process incredibly stressful. That's all.
We'll give you, did you get some lunch?
No, there really wasn't time where we're located to go anywhere, so.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we grabbed a pack of crackers. That's the only thing that's open in this building, the vending machines. And we decided we couldn't do that today, so we did sneak off and got some hot dogs to go. And so we gobbled those down. And so we were 15 minutes.
That sounds delightful.
Well, it wasn't delightful, but it was better than a pack of crackers again today, especially, and I've got a 4-hour drive ahead of me. Okay, are we ready to get back? I think we have everybody now, and so it's with the county to present your evidence, Ms. Scott. Let me, not trying to tell you how to try your case, but let me suggest a couple of things. You've heard what they've emphasized, as and we understood it. One is a pretty big difference in the remaining comparables that she had as to sales price versus valuation, which sounds unusual because usually we see sales prices more than valuation. And then the other things that she talked about, I guess, were the grade. And I think y'all are in agreement now on depreciation, but I could be wrong there. But the grade and what were the other things? Topo and size. Was there one more? Shape. Well, that was size, I guess. Maybe it's shape rather than size. And if you can focus on those things, and we're going to kind of consider the other things that they weren't that much at issue. Ms. Sink, do you have something to say about that before you start? I misrepresent what you were pointing out.
You hit the issues definitely. I would say the other things that you said are a few like small, like more less expensive changes we also mentioned, but yeah, like primary side, things of that nature. But the big high dollar issues, I think that you did just say.
Okay. All right. So you want to call your first witness? And you're welcome to do anything else, but those are the things where I think they pointed out that contention was the county had problems with from their viewpoint.
Okay, well, I'm gonna call my first witness, Mark Frick, and I want to ask for the commission's preference here. We have one camera, so I can aim the camera at Mr. Frick or keep it aimed at myself, and I would ask for your preference on that.
Well, why don't you aim it at him? We can hear you still. Is that right?
Certainly. Yes, sir. You should be able to. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Frick.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for sharing your office.
No, he's his computer, yeah. Okay, Mr. Frick, can you state for the record your name, your title?
Name is Marcus Frick. Title is the Real Property Supervisor for Randolph County Tax Department.
Okay, and as the Real Property Supervisor, are you involved in the development of the county's uniform appraisal standards, the schedule of values?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and were you involved in our most recent revaluation?
Yes, the one for 2019.
Okay, can you explain how the reval is accomplished?
Well, you want? let's say from a land and building perspective, you want to look at your land sales and your package sales, package being land and building. See, and you also, since our methodology starts with cost, develop your cost schedule, less depreciation, and you adjust those figures or gear those figures toward what the market indicates, which is what the sales are directing you by.
Okay, and how do you come up with like a base land price? Is that the same county-wide, or is that dictated by something else?
That would be dictated by market area. We have the county divided into various market areas representing subdivisions, or if it's in a rural area, a river, interstate highway, something like that. It could be a break point, a man-made or natural break point. And so you look at land rate wise, you look at those market areas and the sales that are contained within those market areas to come up with a land value. If a certain market area is small and there are no land sales, then you find comparable market areas so that you can share those sales between them and develop the land rate.
Okay, and is there a way for us to know whether the county's reval or how accurate a county's revaluation is? Is there some standard of measurement of that?
There'd be two. The one would be where we in-house looked at all our sales, both vacant or land sales and package sales. The other would be the random sample that's done for North Carolina Department of Revenue as a part of the reevaluation process.
And how did the county fare on the random sample?
On the random sample, we came back with a median of 95.26.
Okay. And how did the county run its own, the other
Yes.
standard? And how did the county fare on that standard?
And I guess I should say that when I say all sales, it just dawned on me, it'd be all qualified sales. So that we would eliminate the oddities you have mentioned earlier today, but what we would call qualified sales. Our internal, where we looked at all of them rather than just a random sample, came in at 98.63%.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me what the COD is? Can you tell me what that refers to, what it measures, and then what ours is?
Okay, the COD is the average deviation expressed from the median. So what you're looking at is your first tier of numbers. It would be, in the case of the state ratio, I'm sorry, the internal ratio, you're looking at 14.6% above or below that 98.6. Now for the state random sample, it was 11.85 as a COD.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Frick.
All right, Ms. Sink?
Hello, Mr. Frick, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can. Hello, Ms. Sink.
Hello. So I have a few questions. I also have a question to the commission. Am I allowed to ask questions about, like, for example, how many, like, I'm just gonna ask it and you can stop me if it's not okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what qualifications does someone have to have to become an ad valorem tax appraiser for a county?
You would need to be certified by the Department of Revenue. And on that, if I remember correctly, you take a test.
Okay. And are there hours of instruction that you have to bank? Is there specific courses you have to go through to get that?
In terms of continuing education, it's required that we have 30 hours of continuing education within a 2-year period.
And do those 30 hours seminars count for continuing education?
If it's sponsored by the North Carolina Department of Revenue, then yes.
Okay.
If it's sponsored by someone else, then not necessarily.
And before I continue, this will be my last question on that. So at those seminars, such as the, bear with me for one moment, there would be things like the 2019 Advanced Personal Property Seminar put on by the DOR, things such as that. That would count for 30 hours.
That correct. Now on that, the 30 hours would be if you attended the whole week. A lot of times that would be split between personal property and real property. But if you wind up taking the entire week, then yes, ma'am, that would give you 30 hours of continuing education.
And if you would look at, if you have it in front of you, I don't know, my exhibit T39.
Okay, you'll have to give me one moment.
Okay. It's on page 97, so
97.
really consistent.
Okay, I have that in front of me now.
And so if you look under relevant NCDOR presentations, there's specific topics from presentations within those seminars that are relevant to appraising personal property. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I sure would.
And if you went to those seminars, you would have watched those presentations with the presenters that are listed there.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So the same continuing education, give or take the presenters not in front of you, but if you access them virtually, you would see the same slides.
Objection. I'm gonna
Well, let's see where she's going with this.
I'm gonna object to any line of questioning that suggests that Ms. Sinks accessing a PowerPoint presentation online equates in any way to having gone to a class physically. I'm gonna object to that.
Let's see where she's going with it. She's asking him about these classes, and then, this is, she's got it in her background sheet, I assume back here. I don't know if she did these or not. It seems to imply that, but,
Sir,
let's see where it's going, but let's not spend too much time on this thing.
But sir, it states in her background that she accessed those PowerPoint presentations virtually. It does not state that she attended those classes.
Sir,
Let me ask this question. Ms. Sink, did you attend them virtually or in person?
sir, it's noted I attended virtually. I'm merely trying to get at the point.
I gotta object again. I'm gonna object again. I have a question. Did she attend the class virtually or did she access the PowerPoint online? Because those are also two different things.
Ma'am, I understand that. I would reiterate that this is my time to cross-examine your witness, and also I made it clearly noted in this, I did access them virtually. I'm not trying to hide that.
Did not.
All I'm trying to say is that the same slides that you were able to see as part of your continuing education are the same slides, at least partially. I realize it's not the full 30 hours. I completely understand that. But I see some, at least, a portion of what you would have seen in your 30 hours of education, continuing education. That's all I'm trying to make, and I can move on from that point now. But that's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, go ahead. Let's.
Okay. I'm going to. Okay, so you mentioned a market area, and that's how you make things for schedule values. And I want to go ahead and represent that. I'm not trying to say you should change the schedule of values, if that's what's being implied. But what I'm trying to say is, so you talked about a market area. So what market area do you currently have the property under 2503 Old Mountain Road listed in? Like general area, like where does it reach for you?
Give me one moment. Yeah, that would be 7,700. That would be, I'm going to describe it as being on the southwest end of Old Mountain Road. And then following also alongside the Davidson County line on Fuller Mountain Road, and then going out Wright Road, or Wright Street, I'm trying to remember, Wright Road.
Okay,
So that would be where the market area would be, that's 7,700, 7700.
okay. And where would someone find that information if you were not an appraiser? Was it publicly accessible online? And if so,
If I would, in terms of a visual representation, I'm not sure if that's on the public web access, but I do know if you entered in the market area, you get a list of parcels that are in that market area. I'm just not sure if there's a geographic representation like on a map. I do know if you enter the market area, we'll get a list of parcels.
so you're saying if you enter the market area where you would get a list of parcels? I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, on the public web access.
On the public web access. So through the GIS system, property card, I noticed comparable sales you have listed there. I could not find that specific information. That's important to know. Okay, so you say that, I actually also have a question. Whenever you do reassess the schedule of values, and this isn't me trying to argue against it, do you reconsider market areas whenever you do that? Or is it the same market areas all the time?
No, we would reconsider if there's evidence that we need to, in essence, we may have the occasion to combine some market areas, or we may have occasion to split some apart. It depends on what the market is dictating and indicating to us. But yeah, just because it was a defined market area last reappraisal, the next reappraisal, we may have to adjust those boundaries.
Okay, so you could essentially take two market areas and the middle of them, that could be a new market area and it could be reallocated. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see. Now, since they haven't presented some of their evidence, I can't ask questions on that yet. Is that correct? To the
You
commission?
can ask him questions about the items in their exhibits. You could even introduce them if you had to, but you can ask about those comparable sales that they included in their exhibits.
Sir, we have another witness that is prepared to speak to those. Mr. Frick
Okay.
is testifying for the purposes of establishing the basis of the county's essential overall valuation.
Okay, that'll be fine.
I have another question. So I don't know if you're familiar, but in counties like Davidson, et cetera, on their tax department's webpage, if you look up property cards, it tells you, flat out if something's a qualified sale or unqualified sale. And that makes things fairly simple to deduce from looking at it. Do you have it listed anywhere on the property card, anywhere in your GIS system you could easily access whether or not something's qualified or unqualified?
We have it on the property record card, yes.
You have it on the property record card. Could you show me an example of where that is? Based on, we have some property record cards in our evidence that you could look at. And could you show us where the words qualified or unqualified appear?
Okay. Do you have a page number you're looking at?
I can find one. There is, if you look at, sorry, I'm going to find it real quick. Okay, Exhibit T27 on page 62. This starts your comparable sales.
Is that our comparable?
Okay, now what I'm looking at is the parcel information, so it's not actually the property record card.
Well, from my understanding, isn't the property record card made up of, if you look below, the parcel summary, building summary, miscellaneous improvements, land notes, so like, isn't all of that put together the property record card?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how about this? How about you look at your exhibit, or, let's see. So, if you took into account, you have the thing for Lowrywood Circle. I don't know when that was sold to us, but based on your testimony on that property record card in your exhibit, at the time it was sold, it would be listed qualified or unqualified, correct?
Please repeat the question.
So I'm not exactly sure when this was purchased, but you show us either on the property record card in your exhibit C2 or your exhibit C6.
All right. Oops, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No problem. If it lists something that's qualified or unqualified, if it's listed on every property record card, there's two of
Okay.
them.
All right. So on the county, the exhibit C2 that you were just referencing,
Yeah.
if you're looking on the right side of that and start coming down that right side, there's a place that says, a box that says sales details. And if you look, it says like type, price, date, SRC, and then status. On this particular one, status is a D, which is means disqualified. If it were qualified, it would have a Q.
And how is it listed somewhere that that's what it means? If you just have a random letter of the alphabet somewhere, how is a normal general person to know that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This doesn't pertain to the county's methodology. It does not pertain to value. She's questioning about what information is publicly available on the web.
Well, she's talking about, how you determine whether it's a qualified website, qualified sale or not. And, so I think that's relevant. You called into question whether or not the comparables she had were qualified or not. These apparently are these ones. Let's see, C2 is her property, I think, and is C6 her property as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason that I asked about those is because he said from the exhibits, it didn't have a full picture of the property record card, so he wasn't able to tell from that. But they included the full property record card for both properties under appeal. So I wanted him to point out on that one.
Okay, well, maybe you need to find another one that shows yours is not a qualified in the first piece, and the other piece, it just said no information available, which I assume would probably not make it qualified.
Yes, Your Honor. I think from this, because our screenshots and evidence have property summaries and land summaries, even though they are important parts of the property record card, obviously the full one's not there, so I don't think that they're on that. But I just wanted to see how it was noted and where it was noted. So the
Well, let's see this. Let me ask this. So when they get into examining some more of your property cards, if they do, your comparables, maybe they'll have the property cards and they can show those property cards to us on the others that you haven't already withdrawn. And, or if they get into their sales, comps, if they have property cards, perhaps they can show us on those property cards if they're, in these exhibits. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to see if there's anything else I need to ask before I let Mr. Frick go.
All right. Let me ask this, Ms. Scotton. A question for you is, Mr. Frick or your other witness, the one that can testify about the differences in valuation as to sales on the comps that she had remaining.
With all due respect, Your Honor, I thought that we were putting on our case as to how we substantiated our value, and I feel like we have already explained why we didn't use her comp.
Well,
I'm confused as to what you're asking us to do. I thought that our burden of proof was to prove how we arrived at our value, not to disprove hers.
well, she's put on evidence about the difference in what the sales price are and the differences in what the valuations for the county listed, and she's shown that those were substantial. So,
But
do you have any evidence that discredits that? That seems to be something that we would want to know as to why those are so different. They're right around the property that's at issue here.
Okay, thank you.
Can either one of these two witnesses testify about that, or if not, we'll certainly move on.
Possibly. I can probably pull the property record cards right now and we can look at those sales. If that's what you'd like, if that's what you would like to do. I was under the impression that it was up to her to actually substantiate those sales, which I did not feel she did when I cross-examined her.
Well, I think we've ruled that she substantiated the ones that she didn't withdraw, so I think you need to give us some information that shows that those were not an accurate representation for how the sales have been as far as the valuation of the property, were right around this property issue. So that's what I'm pointing out. So that's up to the county.
Also, I would like to say that, you know, we've put on our case and we prepared beforehand, and I'm sure the county did as well. And I object to them going now and researching and putting together more of a case as the case goes on to build up.
Well, I would rule if they have the property card that would be admissible. I mean, that's public record. So, but that's up to them. But as I understand it, Mr. Frick, you're not going to be testifying about the county's comps. That'll be the next witness. Is that right, Ms. Scott?
Correct.
Okay. So don't have any more questions for you about that. Ms. Fink, do you have any other questions about Mr. Frick?
I do. The first question that I had, I'm just making sure I cover everything before we go on because I don't want to have to, you know, return to things later and take more time. So were you directly involved in the appraisals of the two properties under appeal that we have under appeal?
In terms of directly, no, ma'am.
Was the other witness the county's planning to call directly involved?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was.
So I guess I will do a little bit more general questions. Can I just get you briefly to define what was spoken about earlier? Can you please define open market for me, just so it is clear, because it could be very relevant moving into the second half of the case.
It'd be between a willing buyer and willing seller, both with full knowledge of the uses of the property, without any duress.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you so much. And lastly, did you or the other witness put together the specific county's response to our appeal? So the evidence contained within, was it you or the other witness?
In terms of the county exhibit, it would be the other witness.
Okay, so I'll hold those questions for him. And I want to just make sure, I have a lot of questions for him, but I want to make sure I'm asking the right people the right things. Okay, and we have, which I can hold that till the final thing. I'll hold the rest of the questions with the other witness, provided the other witness is going to testify.
All right. Any redirect, Mrs. Scottham?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prick.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cottom, your next witness, please.
Okay, I would call, can you slide it where he can get to it? I would call Joel Hedgepeth.
All right, can you give us that name again? We heard Joel.
It's Hedgepeth.
Edgepath?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Joe, can you walk us through the valuation, the way you valued these properties?
Okay. We'll start with what Mr. Prick was talking about. We value the property by looking at qualified, comparable sales.
Let me stop you one minute. Your voice is coming over very weak, so can you get a little closer to the microphone and perhaps speak up a little more?
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. We look at qualified comparable sales in the subject market area to establish a land rate. And that's what we start with. And then from that rate, we can make adjustments onto the land for things like shape, topo, and floodplain. And that's basically what we do in order to get the land values. As far as like looking at the house, we'll go through and look at the quality and the construction of the house and look at depreciation and maintenance of the house. We'd also take into account number of bathrooms, fireplaces, square footage, and that sort of thing. So all those items would be what we would use to come up with the value of the property.
All right, let me, for the purposes of maybe moving this along, can you just tell us what the base rate on this land? I guess there were two parcels. Were the base rates different? Let's do the Lowry parcel first.
I'm sorry, which parcel?
The Lowry, that's
Okay.
the first one.
That one has a base rate, $1.35 per square foot for the primary
I
site.
think we had that, yeah, and
And
12.5
cents per square foot for the residual land.
Wasn't that reduced to 12.5, didn't I hear?
I'm sorry, that's correct. We do have correction on that as well, a 50% reduction on that for that creek that runs through the property.
Okay, all right. That was in there before, but I think it's good to get it in here so we know what we're talking about. And this is land only. So go ahead and you can tell us how you appraised that and address what you think is wrong with the way Mrs. Sink addressed it, if you can, to help us focus on where the differences are.
Sure. We consider this to be a primary site that there was a mobile home on the property previously, and we sort of maintain that once there's been a site there, it could still be used as a site. It's just evidence that it is a buildable site. So that's why I think she's asked for the land to be just priced residual, and that's why we have a primary site on it.
Okay. Okay, you may continue. I was just trying to help us focus on so we know what our particular issues are.
Mr. Hedgepeth, can you address the topography of that site? And what, if any, adjustments were made by the county for topography?
Sure. I think before the property went to the Board of Equalization and Review, it didn't have any adjustments on it. When Mr. Sink came in, there is a creek on a portion of the property, and our Board of Equalization and Review put that 50% on the residual land because they didn't see that it would affect the primary site.
Okay, and can you also, while we're on this, can you address the shape of the property with regards to Ms. Sink's allegations and comparables regarding shape?
And this is the property at Lowrywood.
Yes, the Lowrywood.
For that property, we typically would not make an adjustment on that. It does, I mean, it's not a perfect square, I realize, but it doesn't look like the shape of the property keeps the owner from being able to fully utilize the land.
Okay. Your Honor, do you think it would be better to handle, like, I question him about this property and then she can cross-examine him about this property and then move to the other one just for?
I think that would be best, so we keep focused on this, and then we'll move and focus on the larger piece that has the home on it.
Right,
Let's
and
try to do that. And
okay. Mr. Hedgepeth, did you have anything else you would like to add regarding your appraisal of this property?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Sink, you can cross-examine him.
Well, the first thing that I would note is two of the questions that were asked about that in particular were topography and shape. And if you look in our estimations of our valuation,
Ms. Sink, you're asking him questions right now. You'll have a chance to offer rebuttal evidence, but you need to, right now, direct your questions to Mr. Hedgeback.
Mr. Hedgepeth, in any of our documents for Lowry Wood Circle, any exhibit you have in front of you, have we advocated through writing in front of you on our estimation for an adjustment in topography or shape of the property at Lowry Wood Circle?
No.
And you also testified that once there is a mobile home on a site, it had a buildable site should not be classified as residual land. Did you testified that?
That's correct.
Okay, so since you directly referenced that and the county brought in their cross exhibits whenever they were questioning me, I would like to bring up two things. One of them is evidence
You
that
need to ask the question. You need to ask him a question about what you're going to reference.
can I screen share in a moment after I get the approval set to do that?
I think so. Ms. Vendetta, can you give her screen share?
Let's see if I can get it up real quick. Okay. Can you see anything yet? Probably not, right?
Not yet.
It says it won't allow me to record the contents of my screen until it is quit. So should I quit and log back in?
No, I don't think we want to do that. Is there an exhibit you're referencing, Ms. Sink?
There were two things that I have as rebuttal that I was not in a position to put in the evidence that was submitted. But as you know, the county pulled up things on their screen to show and ask, and I have something I would like to ask about. Specifically, if you want a description of what it is before I do it, it is that summary property card summary from that one site they said was noted as unbuildable that shows on the website it still is buildable, and it's the photographs that show there was a structure on the other site that I advocated for residual land. So it shows that the one is a buildable site and noted that way by the county, and the other one did have a mobile home on it previously.
Well, let's see. Can you ask him a question if he's familiar with both those sites and why there was a difference? Maybe that'll help.
Okay. So, Mr. Hedgepeth, are you aware that the property card for, and let me look at it, read 19856, and that is referenced in our exhibit number. Oh, I can do that. Yeah, actually, what I can do for these exhibits, I can literally take a picture of my computer screen on my phone and hold it up if I can't share my screen. And so you can see this. First off, you can, let's see that. So you can see this. That, okay. I wonder if you can see this. Can you see where it says a buildable site?
Yes, I do
Which
see.
exhibit is this, Ms. Sink? You need to identify, if it's one of ours here, is it one that's been referenced before?
No, sir. So this is more information about those specific that we've pulled up in response to their testimony that we didn't have access to before because we didn't have their testimony.
Well, you can ask him if he can pull it up and if he can see it and if he knows why there might be a difference, if he knows.
So I can show him this and ask him if he knows why there's a difference.
You can
Yes,
show him and
this
see
one
what he
was-
says.
What's that?
What was that read number again?
It's 19856. If you
Okay,
look
give us just a minute. I think we have a property record for here maybe for that.
Okay, perfect. And I can hold this up too. It's the one that I just pulled online today. It should look the same under notes.
Okay.
You don't have
I
it?
don't,
You don't have it?
Well, if you don't, that's okay. Let me ask you this. Was there another reason beside the fact that there used to be a mobile home on this site that caused you to show it as a buildable site? Or was that the only reason, or?
are we still talking about, the scene?
The Lowry property.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
You said that, I understood you to say that, you mentioned the fact that it had a mobile home on it before you knew, so that's why you considered it still a buildable site. Was there any other reasons besides that you considered it a buildable site? So we moved on from this?
No, just the fact that there had been a mobile home there before is evidence that it could be used as a site again.
Okay, Mr. Guest wants to ask a question.
Hi, thank you. So for a site to be a buildable site, to be able to place a mobile home on there, right? Would that site need to have utilities, electricity, water? Would it have to have a working septic system?
Yes, it would have to have one of those. This site has public water and sewer.
Okay, so the site has electricity to it. It has, if they put a mobile home back on it, they could tap into a septic system.
No, not septic. It has utilities, power and water.
Okay. So you're contending that they have the ability to tap into water, power, and sewer on that property if they move the mobile home back onto that property.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Then how is it that this other piece of property that in their notes I just showed you says a buildable site, how is that piece of property coded residual land?
Well, I think he said he wasn't familiar with that one. So once he says he doesn't know, you're going to have to find something else.
Okay. I now briefly, before I get to my other line of questions, I'm going to reference the other aspect of our residual land argument for that piece of property. Specifically, read 5, let me make sure the read's correct before I say it.
And remember, you're asking him questions, not justifying yourself.
Oh, yes, sir. So can you read 5636? This was the piece of property that I referenced earlier, Mr. Hedgepeth. And I want you to look at this photograph that I'm about to show you.
Is it in exhibits?
No, this is, much as the county did, a direct addition to show more evidence, to be able to argue the point. Can you see this picture?
Sort of.
Kind of, yes.
Can you see the structure on that piece of property?
I can't see what kind of structure is on that property. I see kind of a gray square area, but I can't see what it is.
Okay, so you can't see what it is, but you can see a structure.
Well, I see something. Yes.
Okay. So for what would be the difference?
Let's see, let me see if I can move this on. He's testified that it's a buildable site because there used to be a mobile home on it. It has the utilities there now. So you can ask him questions that you think would show for some other reasons it's not buildable. And let's don't go into other sites. Let's keep focused on this site, your site, okay?
Okay, the reason I presented it is because I thought it was directly comparable, especially being in the same area. But so I just.
Well, we have no way of showing in the record what you're talking about with holding your screen up there. So that's another reason why we wouldn't get into that.
Yeah, It is also publicly accessible if anyone would like to pull it up at any point, but I do understand. So that was the full testimony from Mr. Frick. You gave your full testimony regarding Lowrywood, is that correct?
Are you speaking with me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Oh, yes, of course. So you have already given your full testimony regarding Lowrywood, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to turn to the county's exhibit C,
See what?
C4.
4? Okay.
Mhm. Okay. And let me get it up as well, so I can ask you about it. So, for those comparables that you have noted, you have 5 of them. Can you just explain again, so we can be especially sure how you selected those 5 properties?
Okay. Looking for qualified sales only. I tried to pick properties that were reasonably close to the subject property and have almost the same size as the property.
Okay, so you hand-picked these. These weren't computers output as these are the comparable sales. You picked them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we also presented comparable sales for Lowrywood, which were in the same subdivision. So did you not believe it was imperative to select properties in the same subdivision for a comparison of sales if they were available?
All of the sales in that market area were disqualified. We could not find any qualified sales in the neighborhood.
Or you do the analysis, you give it your best effort to pick properties in the same subdivision if you can. Is that correct?
We try to get properties as close to the subject property as we can.
Do you see, because you're obviously a county appraiser, and this is, I'm assuming this is the chart that you put together. That's correct, right? Like you made this personally.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see any form of drawback or weakness with this type of evaluation and this method of comparison? In your personal opinion, no form. Okay. So if not, why is there not an adjustment or difference in location?
Because all of these properties that are, well, the one at the bottom is 4 miles away. We tried to get as close as possible.
But isn't it true that some of these comparables are valued differently by the county to start with? They're not all the same base price.
They're not all in the same market area. That is correct.
And so they're not all valued the same by the county to start with, and there's no adjustment made. And then you're comparing the adjusted sales price per square foot to the adjusted valuation per square foot of the property under appeal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So upon this further questioning, do you see how there could be potentially an issue with that?
No, that these are accepted appraisal, that this is what we do.
But frankly, that I'm trying to frame these things as questions, but wouldn't you agree that not the solution to everything is, this is just the way we've always done it?
Well, correct. It's the appraisal standards.
I think there's somebody also answering questions over there too, but so you don't see any form of drawback. Do you deem zoning and land class as relevant in picking your comparables?
It can be.
It can, when is it not?
Well, I mean, if the zoning is kind of relative, if it's not the same kind of zoning, it would just depend on the property. I mean, obviously, if you had an industrial property and wanted to compare it to a residential property, that would be a problem.
What if you say, for example, you have properties that you can make into a subdivision and comparing that to a mobile home park or something along those lines. Would that be something that you would do, or something that mobile homes are present in?
I think what you're referring to is in these comparables, there's sales that are in like some residential neighborhoods with site-built homes. And it was just because unable to find lots for sale on mobile home subdivisions.
Which brings me back again to why wasn't there some kind of disclosure or a note or things whenever there's differences?
I just did not make that adjustment.
Do you have an answer to why?
No, that's just not in the, that's just not what we do. It's not in the accepted appraisal standards.
Okay. Let me look at this next part. Okay. Give me just one moment. I want to make sure I get all the questions for Lowry Woods so we can move on. Okay. I want to have you look, because it was entered into evidence, and this is one of your comparables. Can you look at taxpayer exhibit number T7 for a moment? Okay. And I want you.
This is, so for the record, this is identified as Randolph County location 3224, and it's, our copy is outlined in yellow. Is that what we're looking at?
That's not what I'm.
We're looking at exhibit T7 from taxpayers.
Oh, taxpayers. So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was in the counties. C7, I thought you said. All right. You're in T7?
Yes, T7.
All right, let me find that. And that's page,
I'm just gonna go to page 17 on it, which is property E.
okay, I have it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is your fifth comparable is 5288 Osborne Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that appears correct.
Okay, and you have, so this property did sell on the time that you listed it in your comparable. It sold May the 7th of 2018 for $17,500. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So this property sold May 7th, 2018 for $17,500. Is that correct?
Yes, that appears correct.
Okay. So I pulled up the property card for this, or I guess property. I pulled up GIS parcel summaries, buildings, miscellaneous improvements. It collectively it forms the property card. It seems, or at least the same information. So, and look at it, and you guys received our exhibits prior to this hearing, which I'm sure you can affirm. Did you?
Yes.
Okay. So if you take a look at the building information under E, you see, I'm sorry that it's small. Again, I apologize for that, but you see that the building value is noted as $11,800, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I'm not sure if you're the one who has done this, but are you aware that since these exhibits were sent in to you a week and a couple days ago, that this has been changed? Were you aware of that?
It does appear to have been changed. I don't believe I was the appraiser that changed it. Yes, it has changed.
And do you agree that it's changed to $118,030 for the building value from $11,800?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Are you aware that the value of the building is now $118,030 and it was $11,800 as of a week and 2 days ago?
Yet there appears to be a house under construction.
But
It would be, I'm sorry,
your appraisal was made January 1st, 2019. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that.
Appraisal was made January 1st of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it correct that updates to the property would be reassessed at the next time a reappraisal happens?
No, for new construction, we would take that into account for the next tax year.
So the last time, if you refer back to this exhibit again, on the next page, page 18, you see an image of the house. The page before it shows $11,800 valuation. Now, are you arguing that that valuation with the same picture of the house has somehow been upgraded from $11,800 to $118,030 and it wasn't just a typo?
No, it could be the house. If the house is complete, then that would probably be correct.
The picture was taken during the last reappraisal, which was January, because I have that and I still have the $11,800 valuation. Or at least that's my best understanding of that, because I took that at the same time as I took the screenshot of building information.
The public web access is not updated at the same time.
But if they update a picture, wouldn't they update the information of the building to reflect the picture?
Not necessarily. I mean, I would think that if an appraiser was on the site, they would take an updated photograph. I don't know. I don't think I'm the one that was at this property site.
Okay. Well, with that, for Lowry Wood, I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna go ahead and give you back to whoever, and I'll ask you more questions about Old Mountain Road.
All right, let me ask, Mrs. Scottum, anything else about Lowry, property,
No, sir.
are you ready to move on to the, from the Lowry Wood to the Old Mountain Road property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may continue.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hedgepeth, will you talk us through the way the valuation has been made for the Old Mountain Road?
Sure. We would use the qualified comparable sales to get the land rate just as we did on the other property. On this property, we have a 1 acre primary site valued at $30,000. 14.7 acres of agricultural land. 14.43 acres has an adjustment for topography, 85% good, and 0.27 acres an adjustment for floodplain of 95% good. For the house, I had to rely on photographs of the property and what can be seen from the road. We originally valued the property at $289,030, and the Board of E&R last year reduced that value to $257,440 by changing the grade from a C to a C minus. Then, based on information that Mr. Sink submitted last week, or I'm sorry, this was submitted earlier, we changed the detached garage and lean-tos to 1995 and fair, and that gave the property a new value of $247,430. Based on additional information that we got from Mr. Sink just last week, with the photos that were sent in with his exhibits, we decided that we would adjust the depreciation from fair to pool and give it a new value of $230,680.
Okay. Mr. Hedgepeth, can you talk to me a little bit about the grade of the property?
We have the property graded as a C minus. From what we could tell from photographs that we had taken from the road, the property has a gate where you can't drive up into the property. From what we could see, that seemed like a pretty fair assessment. But just due to some things that Mr. Sink has spoke about earlier today, some things we didn't know about during how the house was built, when it was home built, we would have to look at the grade.
Okay. Can you talk to me a little bit about the topography of this property?
We have a topography adjustment of 85% good on the basically the area back behind the property. That's a rate that our board of E&O added to it, just looking at the topography map, and just an idea that 15% of you lose 15% of the use of the land in that area behind the house.
Okay, and does that market area have a topography adjustment?
Things like that, whenever the whole value market area is valued a reappraisal, that's adjusted in there to a certain extent with the comparable sales that you get, and so that should be taken into account in property values in that market. But sometimes we add this additional amount of course.
Okay. All right. Can you talk through your sales grid? And I guess you've got two. You've got the land grid and the other one.
You know what exhibit that is? I got it. Okay, as I said before, try to use qualified sales as close to the subject as we could get, and relatively close in size. It's impossible to get them the exact same size, but we didn't want to use like 1 acre sites and 2 acre sites. That's so these were the 5 best properties we could locate close to it. As you can see, we have 5 sales. They range from 2 to 4 miles property. Subject property was valued valued by us at $7,892 an acre. Comparable one has a.
Excuse me, Mr. Textor. Mr. Guest has a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you do me a favor? Could you lean in a little or speak a little louder? I'm having a difficult time hearing what you're saying. Thank you so much.
Sale number 1 has a sales price per acre of $7,993. Sale number 2, $10,021. Sale number 3, $9,785. Number 4, $7,813. And number 5, $7,550. It did get a locational adjustment on that, just due to the fact that it was in a less desirable area in a different market area.
All right.
This is Mr. Guest. I have a question again.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So you just noted that on this property, you made an adjustment for a different market area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the first property. The first property, did you make an adjustment on your comps for a different market area?
I did not.
Should you have?
Possibly.
Thank you.
All right. So you have gone through the land. If you
okay.
Go through what you did with
Sure.
the well.
Three properties. Again, try to pick something close to what we would compare with the house. I have to admit it's difficult to find comparable sales for that property. It's an unconventional style house, so that's why the sales they're not really that close. Some of them, let's see, we've got one 9 miles, and one 7 miles. That was the reason, just trying to find comparable sales. And as you can see, we got adjusted value on sale 1 of $250,750, and sale number 2, $243,850, and sale number 3, $274,750.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to add about valuations of these properties?
No.
All right, no further questions right now.
Okay, Ms. Sink?
Okay, give me one moment to get this up. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start with your county's Exhibit C9 that you just referenced.
Okay.
Do you assert that every fact and every value on this sales comparison analysis is correct as it stands now?
I mean, I don't understand your question. Can you ask a more specific question?
Did you put the right numbers and text on your chart?
I would assume so. Which exhibit are you looking at?
Your Exhibit C9.
Is it for the land comparable sales or
No, it's the dwelling.
the dwelling? I know it, number 3 has an incorrect sales date on it.
And
So that is incorrect.
how did you discover that incorrect sales date? Was it from my exhibit that I submitted?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I'm going to go now into, can you flip to my exhibit T20, page 58 for a moment? Have I got it up yet, or are you still looking?
Yes, you said page 58, exhibit T26?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So, as you said before, you realized the date of the third cell was incorrect because of my exhibit that I submitted, right? Okay. Can I ask you why, for the site land area valuation, to find that, why did you take the number of acres of the parcel under appeal, subtract out the number of acres of the comparable, and multiply that number by 7,500, which is the unadjusted residual rate of the parcel under appeal?
Right, that's what we commonly do whenever we're doing a sales comparison like that. We take the residual land, or in this case, the agricultural land, and use that rate to adjust for the difference in the land.
Do you look at the sale price of each of your comparables, which is also, it's the same sales price on my exhibit. The first one is 160,000, the second one's 210,000, and the third is 187,000.
Okay.
Okay, so you see comparable 1 has 5 acres, comparable 2 has 8.2 acres, and comparable 3 has 4.32 acres.
Correct.
Okay, so that's a pretty big difference in acreage, right? I mean,
yes, but I mean, it's difficult. As I explained, it was not easy to find comparatives for this property due to the unconventional nature of the house.
Yes, I understand.
So I was not able to get exactly 15 acres on a comparable.
Would you assert that at the very end of the charts, you come up with numbers like 200 and some thousand, and even on mine, indicated value of subject, that line. So that's comparing the total.
You're referring to page 59 now, is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I should have said that. Whenever you look at indicated value of subject on yours and on mine, that is the total valuation. That's comparing total valuations, or sale prices, land, home, and everything, assuming that the extra land has that $7,500 price tag assigned to it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you look at actually what these pieces of land associated with these comparables are valued at, it's vastly different. And wouldn't you argue that if you look at the sales prices of each of these, those sale prices are for the dwelling on them and however many acres that property has?
That's correct.
Okay. So the first comp, $160,000 price tag was for the dwelling and the 5 acres.
That's correct.
Okay. So how did you contact the taxpayers, people, to see exactly what that house or dwelling was worth versus what that land underneath it was worth to the individuals?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to provide you this for, it's more for you to answer this question. Were you aware that Comp 1 has a sales price of 60, or evaluation, I'm sorry, 6,200 per acre before a 30% reduction in the valuation for access easement?
Yes.
Are you aware Comp 2 has a price of $4,500 per acre individual, or agriculture woodland, mind you, not primary site, before a 10% reduction in the valuation for economic factors on the agriculture woodland?
Yes.
And Comp 3 has a price of $6,000 per acre for agriculture woodland.
Yes.
So given that you're going through all of this, ending up with the indicated value of subject, how can you look at things that have really cheap land and really expensive houses
With
to
this,
compare?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, to compare something that has a lot of land. How are you doing that? How can you justify doing?
Basically, with this property, due to the unconventional nature of the house, it was not easy to get comparable sales for it. So therefore, we had to look wherever we could to find houses with either full unfinished basement or partially unfinished basement with the living area over top, and it was just difficult to find. So that's the reason for the difference in the land price.
So in a radius of 27 miles, you found 3.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me refer to my things, see if I have any more questions. Okay. I want to ask you, is Mr. Frick your supervisor?
That's correct.
Do you agree with his definition of open market as between willing buyer and seller with full knowledge without duress?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Lastly, I want to refer to your exhibit C9.
And is it the C9 for the land sales, the C9 for the
Dwelling.
Yes, this is the land sales.
land sales? Okay.
My label on C9 is dwelling at the top. Is this?
Page before it.
Yeah, it's the four. They're both labeled C9 for the county.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so for the land comparable sales, are you 100% sure that the prices quoted in this analysis are the prices actually paid for each of these parcels?
According to our record, yes.
Okay. Now, on your records, are you aware that, sorry, I have to get it up for a second. It's a lot to memorize. Okay. So, my apologies for taking so long. I just have to find this so I make sure I say it without, getting anything wrong. I want to make sure I say it correctly. Okay. Okay. So you said that the prices you have on here are the prices that were paid for each of these parcels.
According to our record, yeah.
Okay. So are you aware that your first comparable sale was on a deed with 5 tracts of land?
Yes.
And are you aware that, you know, that was a package deal essentially? You have 5 pieces of land, you have a blanket price, so you don't know what price specifically was paid for that land, the value of that land to that person. You don't know that. You just know the value of the 5 total, how much was paid for those 5 pieces of land, and you have divided them out according to the county's valuations of the properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, look at your second comparable sale. Are you aware that that's on a deed with 1 other tract of land as well? So there were 2 pieces of property sold on 1 deed. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you keep up your C9 exhibit, and I'm also gonna have you turn in my exhibits, in taxpayer exhibits, I should say, to page. Let me get them for you. Exhibit T27 on page 62.
Okay.
Okay, flip the page one more. You're on 63 now. And so here you can clearly see a screenshot of the deed. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now turn the page one more time. And here is an image that shows both of the parcels that appear on that deed.
Okay.
The first one is on the bottom left-hand corner, labeled 67959318844, which is your comparable.
Okay.
And the second one is the one that has a weird shape on the top right. 67959499270. That's the second on that deed. Now, are you aware by looking at that photo that your comparable doesn't have any road access?
Actually, that owner does have access because it's the same owner for both of the properties. So he has road frontage.
The road frontage is on the other property. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but it's the same owner, so we consider that as having access to the property.
So that dotted line you see, is that not an easement?
Give me just a minute. No. Just a second.
Oh, I see the dot. It could be an older.
It's the green line.
Yeah.
Subdivision.
I can't answer that. We might have to research.
Okay, well, you have in front of you the land summaries for both of those parcels. And the first one is on the page before is one of your comparable. So it's agriculture woodland zoned CVOE CD. And you have, it's valued at $8,000 an acre, and there's 7.10 acres. See that?
Okay.
I'm sorry that it's small again. I know it's very difficult to actually see. And so that's valued at $8,000 an acre. And, you know, that property, despite it being the same owner, it could just as easily not be. It could just as easily be sold tomorrow to a different person. And then in response to that, would you immediately change that valuation to affect that?
Yeah, we would have to change that evaluation.
So you would just,
If they did not have access, we would have to change our valuation.
I have a general question then about if you have issues. So if somebody has, assume that dotted line is an easement, assume it just for now. Would there not be any adjustments for the fact that they have to go through someone else's property to get to their own?
There would be, yes. We would give them an access adjustment on the property that doesn't have access.
So the mere fact that it's owned by the same person is why you don't do that. But it could have just as easily been sold to someone else.
That's
And
correct.
given that, in addition, not only could it just been those two pieces of property, it could have been those two parcels and one other parcel somewhere included on the same deed. Isn't that correct? Theoretically.
You were breaking up a little bit. I might have to ask you to repeat that.
So isn't it true that theoretically those two parcels that were on the same deed could have had a third parcel had that owner sold a third parcel?
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically. And now you don't really know how much was paid for each aspect of the properties that you're looking at. So if you had that too, you wouldn't even know how much was paid for the pair of those. And so my argument for that is that because that there are issues with that and there's no adjustment for it built into the property analysis, having that as a comparable, it just doesn't seem right to me. Can you argue why it's a good comparable despite my concerns?
No, I mean, it probably could have not been put in there, just given the fact that that it's multiple parcel sale. Now, I'm gonna agree with you.
So would you agree that A and B, since they're both multiple parcel sales, shouldn't have been there?
They have the same issue.
Okay. So let's flip the page. Okay, let's flip the page to C, which is page 65 of my exhibit.
Okay.
So from there, the land summary. I know it's hard to read, so I'll say the primary site is valued at $32,000, and the agriculture woodland is valued at $8,000, has a 25% reduction for shape. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So given that you see that, and this is kind of the situation from before on the other comparables of, land doesn't have the same value to start with. How are you really comparing adjusted sales price per acre whenever you're not making an adjustment for the fact that your valuation was different to start with? Which has already been addressed by the commission. So if they would like to use that answer that you gave them, I'll leave that up to them.
Okay.
But you see that though?
Yes.
Do you stand by that?
I'm stand by what?
Your previous.
Your decision to include that as a comparable, despite the fact that the land valuation is higher.
Yes.
Okay. And then, let's see. I also have a brief question because I know things like mobile home sites mobile home sites are listed on property cards typically, or they should be, correct? They should be.
If there's a mobile home on the property, we have either a primary site, something like that on there. Are you talking about the property on Old Mountain Road that has a mobile home site separate from the dwelling?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about, I'm just asking a general question right now, but I'm going to be referring to your fifth comparable in just a moment.
Okay.
So typically there is, as you said, a primary site or a mobile home site if there is a mobile home on it, right?
Correct.
So you see that on page 66 of my things. You can see the mobile home is on it, and you're right. There is a primary site. Okay. How do you take into account land comparables if whenever you're selling something, like if you're selling that piece of land, almost 100% of the time, you're selling what's on it too.
I would agree with that. I don't have anything in my records that there was a mobile home on that lot.
If you look at the top of page 66, there's a big topographical map of that. I included that in case they needed it, but it also shows the outline of that piece of property. Do you not see on the right side some form of structure?
I do see something. I can't tell what it is, but I think I see like a rectangle phrase.
Yeah, and we have no information right now as to, in front of us, as to how much that structure is worth. Is that correct?
You mean in my exhibit? Is that what you're?
Well, no, just at your disposal right now. That, and there's actually more, yeah, there's actually more structures which you can't really see as well on my black and white map, but there's multiple on this, and they're further back, and those are probably buildings, but I can't attest to that. But the fact is that this also had something on it, and it was sold. Carrying the full, that amount was implicitly included in the value, the sales price. And whenever you divided that out by the acreage, that's included in that. Is it not?
Well, that could be correct. We don't know what that is, though. Just looking at what we have here, I don't know what kind of structures we're dealing with. Sometimes properties have old farm buildings on them. They don't use it anymore, and they don't have any value. So I really can't.
Would you not agree, though, that now it's your burden of proof to prove that you value things correctly?
Sure, I agree with that.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect, wait a minute, Mr. Guest has a question for you, redirect.
Okay.
All right, hi, thank you. Two questions. Earlier, when it was being talked about a willing buyer, willing seller under no duress, okay, and marketing of a property. All right. Is there any requirement that a property be listed in a multiple listing service for it to be marketed, or to two people meet in a barber shop and talk to each other, and one guy says, hey, I've got my land for sale, and the other one says, hey, how much would you like for it? And they make an agreement.
We generally would not consider that to be an open market sale, just that the property wouldn't be out advertised for everyone to have a chance.
What if somebody put a billboard on their property that said for sale, but it was not listed through a multiple listing service? Would that be considered a marketable sale?
I would think that would be more open market than you guys in a barbershop scenario. Yeah.
Okay. And on the comparables here that the taxpayers presented or that you have used, do you know if all of the comparables ran through multiple listing services, or how they were sold or marketed, or does it matter?
All I can tell you is that according to our records, they were qualified sales. That's all I would know.
Okay, but you don't know how they were marketed.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, now let's talk about the grade. So you have the property at a C minus.
That is correct.
Okay. And so I'm just curious. So does the grading go from C minus to a D plus to a D to a D minus?
That is correct.
All right. So the taxpayer is talking about a C. You're talking about a C minus. They're talking about a D. Earlier, you mentioned that based on evidence presented today, photographs, et cetera, that you might need to revisit the grading. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, redirect, Ms. Scottum.
Mr. Hedgepeth, is there anything else you would like to put forth regarding these properties? Okay. And I don't have any further questions of Mr. Hedgepeth, except, is it at this point that you would like me to submit the property record cards for the sales that Ms. Sink submitted that were not withdrawn earlier?
Well, that's up to you.
I mean, I have them. I have several that show that the sales were disqualified. put those
Well,
up.
If you want to introduce those, you can. You talking about the ones that we did not exclude, that she withdrew?
Yes, sir. Mark, could you come over here and access that? I can pull those up right now. Just one moment. And if you can allow us to share our screen in a moment.
So you're entitled to introduce that. He said he couldn't find any that were qualified in the area, and hers were in the area she presented.
We're locked in. Or it doesn't look like it. Maybe, yeah. Just be one moment.
Earlier, you talked about grade of the garage. You talked about the grade of the garage, Ms. Sink,
Yes.
earlier. Could you,
Let me see if Ms.
excuse me.
Scottum is still, I think she's distracted, so let's wait till she gets.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to deal with this technology.
That's all right.
Apologize. Okay, let me see what this. All right, this is the one in Sinks, in Miss Sinks, comp sales, which will find on pages 67 to 78 for her property.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Turn that. Okay. So this is Ms. Sinks from Ms. Sinks comparables, and I believe this is the comparable of ours that she objected to, which does show a disqualified sale. If you look at the status under sales details, all of those sales were disqualified. Then I would also go to.
Wait just a minute, Ms. Scottum. Mr. Guest? No, I think she's reading it. Where are you getting your information from? Are you on the computer?
Yeah, this is the property record card. This was just, it's pulled up online.
Okay. So you're saying, are you referring to the ones that you had as comps or the ones that she had as comps now?
I'm referring to her comp B, which I believe was the same as one of ours. I think she used that same property. But if you look at on page 67 or 68, I don't have hers right in front of me. But her comp B.
Your Honor, I object to, because of the fact that I couldn't hold up my phone and have it entered into evidence and such, I object to the fact that we're also showing another screen on here, and that's objective, and that's not, it's the same thing, exactly.
Let's do this. Ms. Scottum, if you can print it out and share your screen, we can look at it, but we need to all be able to see what you're dealing with.
I thought the screen was shared. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I can possibly share the screen. I've just got to figure out how to do it again. That is a mistake on my part. I thought that we had shared the screen, so I was referring to what I thought I had done. Sorry. Again, this is not my, I don't remember how to share the screen. No, it's one of these. I just don't remember.
Trying to pull up property cards
I'm
or
trying to figure out how to share
comps
the
that
screen.
Mrs. Sink had to show whether they show on it that they were qualified or disqualified on the property card.
I don't know how to share the screen, sir.
Well,
All right.
I don't remember how to do it. I did it earlier, but now I'm not finding it. If somebody there can tell me what to look for on the screen, I could do it, but I don't remember how. So,
Well, I think we better move on then.
yeah.
but I have evidence that these sales are disqualified, so it's very frustrating that I can't. This is why I don't like this meeting platform personally, but, okay.
Allowed you to share.
No, I think I had to do it here somehow.
Mr.
All right,
Chair.
we're getting, let me stop everybody from talking. We're getting conversations going on. We can't tell, who and what it is. So let's get back to, Ms. Scott, you're in a position for, rebuttal, if you would like.
Is it up there now, sir? I think I figured it out.
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry for the delay. I'm not a technologically savvy person. Okay, so I apologize for that.
All right, let's see if we can determine this real quick. Is this, her
This
comp?
is from taxpayer comp sales, pages 67 through 78. And this is her item B, which was also, we had used a comparable sale from this property as well, which we agreed to withdraw earlier based on multiples. And I'm just showing that if you can see there where it says, sales details, that you've got to go back up. Yeah.
All right.
Wait,
Well,
one second.
you're showing disqualified because no MLS.
Now go back up to the top where it says sales details, they all say DDD for disqualified.
Yeah, but down at the bottom, it says disqualified because no MLS listing. That would not necessarily disqualify a sale, would it?
That is something that we wrote on there when we weren't sure why it was disqualified. That was our guess for it. I'm not sure why those sales were disqualified, but they were
All right,
disqualified.
we'll take that for what it shows. You want to move on? Do you have another one?
I do, let me scroll, let us scroll down to it.
Mr. Chairman, I object to this for the fact that because that showed it on there, if it does show it on any other one, they can just not scroll down to that point. It's obvious that it's on there and it could
Scroll through the whole thing. I don't mind scrolling through the whole form.
No, Ms. Scott, please let me finish my objection to this. It's based on the fact that, like I said earlier, if you put a billboard or a poster in the yard.
Well, we'll get into it later, Ms. Sink. This is just showing what the property card shows, and it also shows at the bottom apparently how they disqualified it. And whether or not that was a valid disqualification or not is for us to determine based on the weight of the evidence. So let's, it's admissible for this purpose. Let's go ahead and let her show if it shows.
Okay, this is, per item J.
J?
Correct.
All right, let's find J.
We show that as disqualified.
J is.
J.
The 0 Fuller Mill Road. Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can find J here. 76, okay. No, we're 76, here it is. All right, I see that one. And, all right, you want to, it's,
We had it disqualified because it was a multi-parcel sale.
Whoa, hold on. I just pointed out multiple multi-parcel sales that they did not, either they said that they didn't disqualify. I pointed out multiple of those in the county's comparable.
well, we understand that, Ms. Sink. Hold on. We understand your objection, but you pointed out multiple party sales you contended were not qualified sales, so she can point out if they're multiple partial parcels for the same reason. Okay, and this is
Is item G in her list?
Let me find G here. 73, okay, page 73, 2734, same property reference. Okay,
Yes, sir. And you can see that that one is disqualified as well.
all right, scroll on down, see what you made a note.
We did, I'll get there. It was a bank sale foreclosure from US Bank.
He says his course.
No.
Right. I didn't think so.
All right,
Okay, and that's really, that's all I have right now on that.
all right, so let's see which that dealt with. We had, you had one that was, sale number G, is that correct?
Yes,
That one was G, all right, and the other, two were which ones? B,
J and B,
J, and B,
right.
okay, all right. Rebecca?
Yes. The whole.
Wait a minute, excuse me, it's, Ms. Sink, Ms.
I'll try to get that.
Adam has the opportunity to put on rebuttal evidence after you crossified Mr. Hedgepath. You'll have a chance to cross-examine anything else she puts on, if she does.
Okay.
I think, okay. I'm sorry, just give me one more. No, we don't have any additional.
Wait just a minute, we have a technical issue here to deal with. Yes,
No,
I'm sorry, what? Do you need to show the screen anymore, Ms. Scottum?
no, I thought I got out of that. Is it still up?
We'll take it out. Okay, we're back on now, we're fine. You don't have to do anything else.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's all right. We're all learning to deal with this.
Yeah, I find it just incredibly stressful.
Did you have any more rebuttal evidence?
I don't think we have any more evidence to submit, no.
All right. Let's see then, are you resting your case?
I am.
All right, Ms. Sink, you have an opportunity for rebuttal. You can offer additional evidence at this time for what was covered by the county or anything else that you might be entitled to get in.
Is this the closing argument or is this just rebuttal?
No, it is still in the evidence. Then
Okay.
the next we'll have is the closing arguments.
So we're still in this now because for closing argument, I wish to go second.
Okay.
Okay. So if we're still in the evidence now, what they just pulled up, the first one said no MLS sheet, second one said multiple parcel sale, and they say that's what makes them disqualified because that's the note that they put on here that they just showed. Well, I have multiple issues. The fact that
Wait a minute, you need to ask questions or either that you'd have to start testifying again. Do you want to testify as to what you're contending here?
oh,
We
I thought
can
you
do
said
that.
I thought you said I could do rebuttal for what they
Well,
just
you can- It's rebuttal evidence, so you're not asking the county here now, and you yourself are the witness, okay? So now you can testify about the evidence and go ahead.
So, yes, I understand that. So I will argue that the first thing they just showed did say there was no MLS sheet and it had a code of disqualification, and that was the reasoning that was put beside of it. The second one, multiple parcel sale, and they said that was the reason it was disqualified. So I do want to say that as someone who's researching this, and as the property owner / taxpayer and I were doing this, the fact that whenever you look on Randolph GIS, which is how we found our information, it has multiple things whenever you first click on it. It has, starting off, aerial view of the sites in question. You can click on it, click identify, and you can find information such as the tax bills, such as the property card, what they say is a property card. I will say, whenever you look on GIS, the property card is coded like I have them screenshotted on here, the parcel information maybe. I don't know if it says specifically property card, but it's definitely a thing, and this has the same information. But on that side, how normal people have access to this, nowhere did I ever see a D or a Q. And moreover, even if there were, which there were not that I saw, but there's nothing on there that says D means disqualified. It's just status D. How is somebody supposed to know that for the purposes of an appeal? It's not very transparent. And I don't know why it's done that way. I know some other counties don't do it that way. They list it out specifically to make it very easy to understand, but apparently that's not the case here. But what I'm arguing is that they have no clue if for some of these sites, if there wasn't, as we suggested before, a sign put in the yard where people driving by could see it. If people messaged on Facebook and said, hey, I have something for sale. If they took anything, they just know there wasn't an MLS sheet, which means that a real estate person didn't put it on the market. Now, from their testimony earlier that says what an open market is, which is what need to sell, it didn't say anything about having that requirement. And as you just saw, the witness didn't say that was a requirement. So I would argue that that doesn't make any sense for this. And also on the multiple parcel sale aspect of this, I believe the one that they're referring to, the multiple parcel sale that I included in here, I believe the one they're referring to, I included both that were on it. And both of their valuations at the time of sale. So I don't understand if you include everything on there and compare. I get it if it was their analysis, if it was comparing the sales price to the valuation of a different piece of land. I compared the sales price to their valuations. And that's the difference in how we did this.
Which one was that?
I'm sorry, what?
Which parcel was that? Identified by a letter?
With the second one that she went through, it said it was a multiple.
Was that G?
I don't recall, but I do know that I included something with multiple parcels and I included both of them. I don't know if there was another one, if that's what she's talking about, but.
Which one was the multiple parcel, Ms.
I don't have that exhibit open now. I had to close it.
Okay.
So I really.
Just a minute, Mr. Guest may have it.
Okay.
According to my notes, the multiple parcel property was 0 Fuller.
And which one is that in these pages, 60 some? 0 Fuller is J. Okay. All right. Multiple. Okay.
Okay. So I don't think I have the other one for that. Maybe I do actually. Hold on. I probably do actually, because there's multiple from Fuller Mill. I would have to go on GIS and look. But the thing that's important to note about this is if that's the reason they're disqualified for the county's purposes, it would be the same percentage either way, according to mine. Because if you think about it, if you're comparing the sale price of a piece of land to its valuation, the sales price of the pair compared to the valuation of the pair would be the same percentage. It would yield the same number.
All right.
So I would like that. And so that is what I have for that particular aspect of this right now. I'll have more of it at the end. But I would request, just because we've been sitting here a long time, if before we go to final arguments, we'd have a restroom break. That would be okay. Okay.
I think we can do that. We'll come back. Are you both parties through with your evidence now?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Do you need 15 minutes?
I think that 10 minutes will work. And then I do want to say I want to go second on the final.
Okay. You can waive your opening. So we'll take a recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm green. Okay. I see Ms. Rice is back with us. Ms. Rice, can you hear?
Yes, I can, thanks.
Okay. And I see, Ms. Scottum is back on. You here? Good. Wait a minute. You're muted.
I didn't touch it.
Yeah, this was us this time. We got it.
Oh,
She had
okay,
muted
good.
everybody. And Ms. Sink, and you have waived your opening, so, Ms. Scottum, you can go first, please, ma'am.
Okay. The county's values were based on the 2019 evaluation. You heard testimony as to the methodology and expertise that went into that revaluation. You've heard testimony as to the way the county schedule of values was tested and how well it performed when tested. You've heard the county's expert testimony regarding the value of the subject properties, values that were developed by a certified appraiser employing a uniform schedule. The county has made adjustments based on information submitted by the taxpayer, despite the fact that we were not afforded the opportunity to visit this property. But the taxpayer has presented no credible evidence as to the value of these properties. By her own testimony, she felt qualified to appraise this property simply by accessing materials online. And this flies in the face of North Carolina law. If anyone could appraise property in this manner, why would the General Assembly require appraisers be licensed? She has simply presented no credible evidence as to value. And for these reasons, the county's values should be upheld.
All right. You through, Ms. Scottum?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Sink?
I would first like to argue that, I'm not out here making a job of appraising people's properties. I simply applied the publicly available 2019 Randolph County Schedule of Values to these properties, in addition to showing different things about market value. So there's that. And then I literally took those rules, those standards, and I applied them. And that's something that, would you expect for us in something like appraising something, saying its value too high, to then have to go pay extra money to someone to come in and to appraise this, someone with a realtor's appraisal license, something that I don't believe the appraisers for the county has. I believe they have the ad valorem licenses to appraise. But going for that, I simply took what was available and made an estimation and gave it to you based on my experience at this property and my father's experience at this property. And as you've heard, the county, so these expert appraisers she's talking about, has admitted that some of their comparables shouldn't have been there. Now, for us, I used information that was publicly available, and I really did give it my best effort. As Ms. Scotton said, I have never had an official course in appraising, but the people have who appraise these properties, and the people have who made these exhibits to show the comparables and to prove their point. They have had that training, and yet they admitted they did it wrong. Now, but they haven't admitted to any weaknesses of that method evaluation. But for a brief moment, I would like to talk about that before I move on to the rest of my closing argument. So, despite differences in base valuations, these properties were blanket taken at price per square foot that they were purchased for. Very minor adjustments, if any. I think between the two properties, there was one potentially, I believe. I would have to go back and look. There's not accurate adjustments being made for the fact that they don't even value these properties the same to start with per square foot or per acre. That's not accurately put into this, and no disclaimer was made about it. So I feel that's very misleading. If I hadn't have gone through it and tried my best to understand exactly what happened and questioned Mr. Hedgepath about it, I believe that would have been misleading to the commission as well. So the appraiser has blatantly admitted the grade needs to be revisited. as we all heard from his testimony. And additionally, I would like to note that we weren't notified of that reduction to $230,000 until the beginning of this hearing when it was said, with no communication about that prior to this. For the argument regarding not allowed to come to the site, we would have had the appointment been kept. We had full plans to keep that appointment. It was made, and we wanted to abide by that. But alas, it was canceled, and so it is what it is. It was canceled, and it wasn't canceled by us. So I think.
Let's wait just a minute. Cynthia, we had a caution flag come up on you. You still okay? Ms. Rice, are you able to hear us?
Okay, I'm fine.
You're still good. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. All right, Ms. Singh.
Yes. So again, I feel like we've seen today somewhat of a lack of preparedness and ability to completely defend exhibits from the county. And when they had full information on this, see every data set, everything, because they are the expert appraisers, they have access to all of that. Things that we don't necessarily have all that access to. We did the best we could with what we had. And you would assume the county did the same, but as we have pointed out, their comparables weren't correct. So if their comparables aren't correct and the method of proving why their valuations were correct is incorrect, how can you be so sure the valuations were correct to start with? So we've made our best efforts here today, as I've said, using the information that was publicly available to us. And I could push back some more on different types of charts that they've presented. I might do that very briefly, but I realize I heard someone say they have a 4-hour drive home, and I do not want to push you too late because I feel like we've made a great case here. But, let me see if I can briefly pull up one aspect of this valuation. Okay, so I would like to refer very briefly to, once again, to Exhibit T26 on page 58, where we've gone and looked at the county's adjustments for dwelling for comparisons. It's page 58, T26. So, you know, again, I take issue with the site land area valuation because this right here isn't really just comping the dwellings. Despite that's what it's saying that it is for the county, we've taken this whole chart and done different things with it.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. She did not testify regarding this exhibit. I had no opportunity to cross-examine her regarding this exhibit, and I thought we were in closing arguments.
Your Honor, I will say I pointed this out to one of the witnesses and they did comment on it.
I think it was, it seems like I remember seeing this, so I think it was referred to, so she can argue, it's an exhibit. Go ahead, Ms. Singh.
So once again, the way the county found their site land area valuation, which greatly inflates their indicated value of subject at the end, is by taking the numbers of acres of the parcel under appeal, which is the 15.7, I believe, subtracting out the number of acres of each of the comparables. So for the first one, they subtracted out 5 acres. They multiplied the remaining acreage by $7,500, which no piece of our property is valued at $7,500. It's baseline value. There's reductions for topography, reductions for things, but there's not anything on here that's valued at $7,500. So that's the unadjusted residual land value of this parcel, unadjusted. And I don't think it's acceptable because the county isn't just comparing the value of the houses, they're comparing the value of the entire property or they wouldn't have that very last number on it. So the land at these comparables, as I asked the witness, is valued at different rates. So it doesn't make sense to multiply the amount of non-existent by the rate of the appealed parcel's residual land without the adjustment. All we have to start from, as I said to the witness, is the price a parcel sold for, which includes any buildings on it. It's virtually impossible to determine exactly what price was paid for the land and what price was paid for the house they're a package. that package includes land that was valued at the tax department's rates, which are different than those of the parcel under appeal. So within that $160,000 sale price, you have 5 acres of it valued at their acreage, according to them probably, and then you have the rest of it valued at $7,500. That doesn't seem consistent to me. And we've gone through, and I don't want to take up too much time going through this now, but we've gone through this chart if it stays a C or an E, but both of them essentially show that this property is undervalued or overvalued if you take into account these charts and the way they did them. I don't particularly like the way their method evaluation, and I wouldn't use that particular method if I were them, but they did. So going forward, the very last piece I have, I firmly believe that we've shown the arbitrariness of the county's valuations and of their case here today, due to the fact that we showed different calculations, but also from the testimony of admitting that things were incorrect. Now, I consequently believe that the county has not sufficiently met their burden of proof that continuing the case requires that their valuations are correct. And that's what the hearing requires, that the county has that burden of proof. And I do not think that the county has met that burden of proof despite having full information to make their case and us not. We were starting from as kind of a underdog in this, but like I said, we have tried our best with what was available to us against someone that had full information, and apparently the 5 parcels were not fully checked through on theirs. Despite having that full information, I want to just note that again. And so if that's the case, I don't think that burden of proof has been met. And I thank the commission for being so patient in hearing this case today. I thank Ms. Scotton. And I rest my case.
All right. So we're going to go off the record, and questions before you? No question. Okay, we're going to go off the record now and deliberate, and when we reach the decision, we'll be back before you. Okay? Can you shut us down this? Oh. Motion and second, we vote. We're back live. All right, I see Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice, can you hear me? I'm green.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, I see Ms. Sink. Ms. Sink, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. And Ms. Scott, I think you're coming up. Okay, unmute. Ms. Scott, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
I can. We can't see you, but
Well, I don't know why, but as long as I can hear, I can see you. If you need to see me, we can
Okay.
try and get somebody up
no,
here.
we don't need for that. You can hear, and so,
Yes,
and
sir.
we can hear you, and we can see the others. Okay, the commission has deliberated on this, and based upon the exhibits and the testimony before us today and the arguments of counsel, commission has voted unanimously to uphold the taxpayers' contention as to the Lowry Wood property of 5545 and the Old Mountain Road property valuation of 154,655, and that was unanimous. All right, I want to thank both of y'all and all of the witnesses and everybody. This is a new experience for us, and it's not the most easy process, but it does allow us to continue having hearings. We've not had any since February, so we're going to continue to be virtual for a while. We hope things will change so we can get back to in-person hearings where the parties want it. We want to keep the option of a virtual hearing where there's a distance issue involved or a health concern issue involved. So we will We meet every month, and so we have to deal with the circumstances. We had some technical issues today, not nearly like we did yesterday. We thank you all for your cooperation and understanding, and we appreciate it very much. Any questions?
So- Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say thank you so much, and thank you to everyone here today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we're adjourned.
Park.